Good evening, Shri.
Double? Right. Good to see you all. Have a great weekend. Are you ready to listen more? How many of you are still in the hangover of the last week? Man, a lot of content. All right. First, thanks a lot for the people being here on time. Just give me one confirmation you're able to hear me well and
Yes, we
you're
can.
able to see me well.
Hi.
Both going well.
Good
Nice.
evening,
Fantastic.
Sriram.
Fantastic. So we'll kickstart the session. We will have more subject today. Someone really talks exactly like me. They call it as echo. So I have muted everyone. So now I'm keeping everyone mute here. We will kickstart the program. We have a few more people joining. They'll be trying out with the connections. They get inside. So first wave hands to say hello to everyone. Hello. All right. Fantastic. Good. So this is not a corporate meeting. So you can have a natural smile in your face. I know it's in corporate meeting. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Right. So don't do that. We are in a program which you are willingly joined to learn. Here, your parents have not paid the fees. Is it true? When I'm in college, sitting in the last row, when this guy will close the class, yeah, because my father paid the fee. This time it's from your pocket. So you make sure I explain things properly. Is it true? Is it true? Your hard-earned money and also your valuable 4.5 hours or 4 hours. So we're going to spend a worth of time in your life to get to the next stage. I really appreciate all your enthusiasm to get to the next stage. I really appreciate it. And this definitely needs a good amount of focus and commitment towards achieving something. I've read something saying that if you want to achieve something you never achieved before, you have to be a person never been before. I like this line. Hope you like it. It is not something doing the same process, but something should improve. May not happen. You have to change something. That's why on the weekend, I'm seeing a bunch of people sitting here with the classes. Nice. I have some of them new here for the first day. Anyone here new for the first day? First day class.
Hi, Shri. This is Franklin. I'm here.
Hey,
Here for the first day.
you're doing great. Doing great. Nice to see something new here.
Hi,
Good.
Shriram. This is Amit here.
Good. Hey, Amit. Good. Thanks for joining. I have some of them from YouTube, LinkedIn also watching. They should also be new here. Also, this is going to be in YouTube also. Some of them are going to see it again. So all the newcomers, welcome. Any newcomer to this program, first they have to sing a song to start the program. Will that be good?
Bad idea.
No, right? Singing. Our voice is not meant for singing. Our voice is meant for presentation, being a manager. All right, welcome you all. And the new people who joined here, when I say new, you're new by few days, in the sense you could have watched YouTube, you could have watched first day recording. Can I assume that you have seen some information about the class of the first day? Do you?
Yes.
You did that. Fantastic. And you got some basic idea of what this PMP all about from the first class. Now we are going to step into the subject. We're going to talk more detailed information about project management. If in case some of you still feel, no, I couldn't see that, I'm not well connected, I didn't read, I would say, don't worry. This is one of the movie, even after interval of the movie, if you watch, you can follow this movie. Really? There are some movies in this world, even after 1 hour you get to the theater, still you can follow the movie. Project management is such a program. Anytime you can walk out of the class, come inside and follow, provided you have that passion to learn. If you don't have a passion, management is one of the driest subjects in the world to learn. One of the driest in the world is management. At the same time, if you have a passionate learning, it is the most interesting subject in the world. Most money-making subject in the world is management. How many of you want to put your hands and say that this is management is one study? I found all these guys are billionaires, all these managers and leaders. Do you feel that? All these guys, big money makers, achievers, all are top executives. Then what is happening to artificial intelligence? Scientists, innovators, they will report to the managers. Whatever technology they learn, end of day, it all goes back to a person like you who is going to give a vision, a goal, a strategy, help them to achieve the target. Am I saying something correct here? Do I make it sense here? But now that doesn't mean that you learn only management. You're going to learn something technical for your industry also. Don't go with an assumption of a 40 years back. If you know how to handle people, you are the greatest person in the world. No, it won't work. You should have a technical knowledge of your industry, not the whole world, your industry. If I'm an electrical person, I should know how electrical things are working properly. If I'm a carpenter, I should know how to do carpenting work. If I'm a fishing guy, I should know how to do fishing factors. I should know. On top of that, I should have strategy. Will you say yes for this to me with the current industry? Do you feel that? True.
Yes.
True.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
Please read two things along with the PMP. PMP is management. Please read your subject every day morning. Without reading even 15 minutes minimum, don't ever go to the office. Shriram, I read email, not sufficient. Shriram, I attend meetings, not sufficient. Shriram, I am the top performer, not sufficient. Read. You will be the next Sundar Pichai. You will be the Elon Musk. Why? They read their subject, they read their topic, what they're working. Don't think sitting in 8 hours in office makes you a great guy. No. While you read, you get a better person. So coming out of this topic, the message is management is one segment. Reading your technical factors of your office is very, very, very important. With this, we'll kickstart. A good morning, good afternoon, good evening for all the people here. Thanks a lot for joining from different part of the world. We have nearly people from 22 countries are participating. So we have different time zones here. So let's all work together to achieve some big certificate called PMP. What I see as PMP is one certificate. The process, the journey, what you make through is very important than the certificate. The journey, what you make through is very important than the certificate. The reason is the next 2-3 months, you're going to reinvent yourself. You're going to see your character. You are going to see your discipline. You are going to see your old school days. Anyone last benchers in school days? Sitting in the last bench. Oh my God, a lot of hands going up. Last bench, okay. Anyone here who read for the exam only 2 days before? Just 2 days before, call your friend. Hey, which book to read, man? What is the exam? Huh? Can you tell me the subject? Okay, we all here. Okay. Only when you have that category, you become a leader in the company. Is it so? Most of the top leaders are from last bench. These guys know all the naughty stuff in the life. They become a leader. Okay, that doesn't mean that first bench don't become. They too become very intellectual. But the point here is, don't be worried about your school days. Don't get worried about your marks, what you score even in this PMP exam. Only target here is the end goal of achieving it, for which the journey, what you make. So we're going to plan accordingly how much we have to read, how we have to prepare, how many hours we have to spend time, what way of scores we have to get, how to look into the questions. The next few days of classes, we are going to work together to understand these concepts really well. When you go out of this class, you should be a better person to know the subject breadth, depth, and also PMP examination. That's our ultimate goal. Am I pronouncing well? Are you able to follow me what I'm speaking? Is my language, things, everything good for you? Perfect. All right. I'm seeing some of them from YouTube also. Hello guys from YouTube. Samir, I'm reading a message. Nice. So what I do is I'm going to share screen and kickstart it. So people in the cam, thanks a lot. You can put your cam off mode. I appreciate it. Now, if anyone has not joined our WhatsApp group, request you to please join the WhatsApp group if you missed it. You all should be in touch with one person, Rahul Gupta. Is he helping you? Are you able to get help from him? Is he supporting you? I believe he does. Okay,
Yes.
Nice. So if some of you feel that you missed out in any of the WhatsApp group, please reach out to him, get that. And we have something called communication board, a link for the portal what we maintain. And this portal has almost every information except ICC World Cup cricket score. Everything will be there. So you can go to that website and get all the information. There you have a YouTube channel, you have WhatsApp, get everything you need. First, get all your basics properly solved. Then you get time to sit and read the subject. Very good. Nice. Let's get inside. Now, the last 1 week of time, you have been reading or doing some activity. How many of you want to agree with me? You read something in the last 1 week after the last week of class. Anyone here? You read it. Very good. What you read? Which book you opened?
Agile Guide.
Agile Guide. Okay. May I know what topic? If you remember anything?
No, starting, like I read some 10 to 15 pages.
Very good. Nice to know. Fariz is showing me something. Fariz, what are you showing there? Exam prep book. Fantastic. What is that?
Yes, it is a Rita's course book that you have suggested to us. Because I
Fantastic.
made hard copy, I have a hard copy of it, and I just started to read.
Do you get the smell
I
of the
made
new
even
book?
some tests. Huh?
You get that? The new
What
book
you said,
flavor should
please?
be in. The new book aroma should come there.
Yes. There's
Nice
some
to know,
aroma,
nice.
but it's not that good, as you said.
It's a Xerox or printed copies aroma. So which country you are from? Where are you from?
I am from Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan. I guess so. We have many friends from Azerbaijan keep coming to us. Nice to see. Nice. Okay. Kudos to and credit to all your friends who recommended you here. All right. Good. Anyone else who opened the book? I can see some chat messages. Let me quickly check.
Yeah.
Framework, foundation element. Very good. Very good. Nice. All right. Next question. Anyone here who thought when the class was ending last Sunday, next 1 week, I will read left and right before the class starts?
I did.
But before you think that, you blink your eyes, 1 week passed off. Oof. Oof. Anyone here like that? You felt it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Happens, right? You could have thought I would read properly before the class starts. Before you think, Rahul sent a message, 15 more minutes to class start, session start. Please join. What? Seriously? Our life is so packed like that. I know some of you here are very busy dad, very busy mom, or corporate life is busy, or something is busy on busy. You don't know why you are busy, but you are busy. Life is like that. But end of the sessions, you're going to find a time how to read properly, systematically, because you are the future leader of the organization where you are. You are the person who is going to drive things in the life. So we are going to plan systematically. Now, the last question before I go to the subject. How many of you did proper writing habits every day? Writing habits, assignments. Anyone here? You did it. You did that. Okay, I'm seeing some messages here. Okay, people who started writing, how much of time it is taking for you to write? Just a general question. How much of time it's taking to write? Okay. All right. 15 minutes. Okay, nice. Yeah, I have Samir from Azerbaijan. One more person from Azerbaijan. Okay. Samir, you have other friend from your city sitting here in a Zoom call. Nice to see. By the way, while you're writing, did you found your handwriting is so pretty beautiful, which you've seen in years back? Do you? You have been surprised with your handwriting. Wow, man. Can I do like this? It's happening. By the way, I'm sharing the screen. How many of you seeing the screen? What I'm sharing now? With a good amount of writings have happened. Do you?
I do.
You see the writings? Okay. Shall we go to a good round of appreciation for the people who are writing and posting every day? Shall we do that? You can give an emoji clap or whatever feel you like to say to them. They're really, really dedicated. Look at the way they're writing every day. It's a good job, isn't it? I want to appreciate them. Really appreciate them. You need that commitment, irrespective of busy, packed up days. I really want to give a good round of applause for the people who did it. I believe you may not got all the information what you're drawing, but at least some glimpse of information you got while you're drawing this. Did it happen to anyone? Is it happening to anyone? When you draw, when you talk about a continuum, when you talk about agile, when you talk about lean management, knowingly or unknowingly, something is running with you. Yeah, does it happen to you? Okay, fantastic. And the next set of question to all the people who are writing here, did you felt some sort of self-satisfaction while writing this page and keeping it on the table? Do you feel that self-satisfaction? Oh yeah, I've done something for today. Even though I couldn't read in 40, 50 pages, but I did something today. I'm better than yesterday. Did you felt it? If you felt that, that is very important for the growth pattern. What is a growth pattern? I would inject something on a psychology factor also in the classes. You people are stuck with me. I did a master's in psychology. No go, you have to bear with me. Some psychology factor also will come in the class. Hope you are fine if I mix some psychology in the classes. Are you fine with that? With your permission? Okay, some psychology factors will come inside the class. The main factor of happiness in our brain, if we are aware of it, there is a chemical in our brain. I believe some of you should be heard about this concept called dopamine. Yeah, heard about dopamine, right? It's a very interesting chemical in our brain. And this chemical makes us really joyful. Can you tell me, this finishing of a task could be your assignment, which makes you really motivated to do something more. Or when you complete your PMP certification, you feel a sense of joy. When you get a promotion, you get a sense of joy. Leave the promotion on a certificate. In our office, some critical work is there. You put 2-3 hours of effort and you completed it successfully. Have you felt that evening when you go back to your home, you drive in your car or go by a public transport with a chest up, you feel great. Today looks everything bright. Everyone looks happy. Have you felt something like this in the last 1 year? Someday, when you complete a work at your office very efficiently, have you felt it? If you have done that, which means your brain is recognizing something called dopamine. Why I request everyone here to write down your task is, it is something called a happy chemical in your brain. As you initiate this happy chemical regularly, chances are your growth pattern is well good. Who else will appreciate than you yourself appreciating? Telling that, yes, I'm doing better. And you start doing self-care, little exercise, listening some music, giving gratitude to people. So these are the factors called dopamine. There are other ways of getting dopamine artificially through chemical, drugs, and lot factors are there. But those dopamine can stay only a couple of minutes or little more than that. Whereas the study says when you do something productive, that happiness and dopamine stays more than number of hours. Super good, right? We don't want a drug addict. We want a brain going really well. All right, with this, we'll get back to the subject. First, thanks a lot for everyone who are writing here. We will get to the subject. So what could be a subject today? Any guess what subject we'll talk today as per the agenda? If someone's seen the agenda already. Do you see the agenda?
Creating a high-performing team.
Very specific. Very
Stakeholder.
specific answer. Okay, let me go a little bit on this. Okay, what I'm seeing here is the agenda says that day 1 goes by this. Do you see the agenda, what I'm sharing right now? If you see the agenda in this, can you tell me day 2, what domain we are going to learn? Day 2, what domain we are going to learn?
People.
All right, fantastic. If somebody newly joined here, can I ask you how many domains are there? How many domains are there?
People.
Okay. We have 3 domains. Isn't so? 3 domains: people, process, and business environment. Very good. In this, the people domain is what we're getting at. Nice, good. But do you believe that people as a domain is a valuable domain? First of all, before PMP says what do you think? People as a domain is a valuable domain? Do we need to learn about people?
Yes.
So come on, Shriram.
Yes, of
When a
course.
project starts, talk about the money, man. Talk about the time. Talk about MS project. Talk about Jira board. Talk about emails. Talk about requirements. Why are you talking people? I think people is a secondary.
People
Do anyone
influence
feel that?
people influence other two things, so they directly contribute the process negatively or positively, and business environment maybe little bit.
Okay, I like the point, Manjunath. However it is, it's a proportionately distributed. You cannot tell this takes more over, but still, people is a very influential factor which we need a little focus on that. Good point. I appreciate Manjunath. So people is one domain, process other domain, and business environment is other domain. So you're going to learn it. And then for which we have 5 lessons here. Very good. For which how many tasks we have in the books to learn?
36.
36 tasks we have. So 3, 5, 36 tasks we are going to learn. How the class is going to happen? Is the classes will happen by domain, lesson, or task? How the class will happen? Any thoughts?
Domain.
Tasks.
We'll go
Task.
through domain and
Bottom up. Bottom up approach.
task.
Somebody made it very perfectly. Bottom up approach. I should go one by one. Will you like that? If I go one by one, if I explain one by one, everything. All right. So I had to go one by one, complete this part, and I tell you one day, maybe today or tomorrow evening, hey, we're done with lesson 1. You'll be, yay, great. Part of people. Then what? Next week, we'll start with the 1. And I'll tell, hey, done with the lesson 2. Ooh, great. So this is how we're going to learn. I'll repeat again the message, what I said yesterday. What I'm going to learn today or this coming week or going forward further weeks, nothing will be new to you. Checks, man. I paid a lot of money. You'll be surprised. Most of the topic heard by you somewhere in your life, but you may not know how to connect it. You may not, or you may. You may not know how to connect it. So the PMP puts things in an organized way. When you go back to office by Monday morning, you can look things in a systematic way. Do you feel if your job from morning till night, the 8 hours, is well systematic and you are highly productive, when a person can do the job in 24 hours, will take you only 8 hours, will you be highly appreciated in the industry? Do you feel that? Do you feel that? If you feel that is needed, that is what market is looking for. Market is looking for people who can contribute better. When I say contribute, their level of work nature, the level of contribution is more valuable than a person who work unorganized. So we're going to learn the organized way of doing things. All right, with this, let's get back to the subject area, the course. Being the first and second day, I had to do all the basic stuffs here because there are people who don't know what it is. So with this, we'll get inside. Okay, thanks a lot for the people in the YouTube. I can see your comments. I'll come back to your comments again. Primarily, I'm seeing comments from Samir. Samir will come to you. All right, good. So don't worry anything about books, WhatsApp, YouTube, nothing now. Just focus on the class. When you're focusing on the class, I requested you to have a writing pad and a pen. Do you all have it? Do you?
Yes, we.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Nice. I know you're doing this after a long time. You may think I can store everything in my brain. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. How many of you, your spouse asks you to buy something in the store? After going to the store, you realize, I forgot it. Then you call your spouse, and this spouse asks you, okay, yeah.
We had one more good idea. One by one item, we used to ask them to type and send it to WhatsApp, whatever we are picking, and we are going to delete. So it's not going to miss out anything.
Nice, nice. That's a good idea. But sometimes if you do this way, your spouse may question, how do you become a manager in a company? This question may come back to us. So message here is you cannot remember everything. Have a paper, pencil, keep writing down. It's a good habit to you. Of course, we have all the recordings here, but I always prefer when you write, you are involving in the class. Again, stay away from that 5-inch device with you, 5.5-inch device from you. There's a device you have next to you. It's like a baby to you, like a little pet baby. Keep that baby little away from you. You will be little less distracted. With this, let's bring up the content. Kindly confirm you see the screen now. You are going to put side-by-side speaker view. There is an option in Zoom, side-by-side speaker view. Please do that. Now we're all set. Let's kickstart this program. Tell me on the left what you see, on the right what you see.
Left,
Speak
it's
up.
a screen, and right side, your cam.
Fantastic. That is on the Zoom. In the content, what you see?
Content is PMP 2022 and SOW.
What to read and right to read. On the left, what we have is the
We have the
initial
client and we have the statement
client and
of
SOW.
and then
Very good.
project deliverables is like project deliverables,
and
happy
happy
client.
client.
Very good. So you have a client, you have a customer, somebody is asking, can you give me some deliverable? Could be anything, could be a service, could be end product, could be an agricultural product, could be a rocket launch, could be a military operation. Something is being asked. On the rightmost, something is being delivered. Ask, deliver. Do you think that thousands of years we are doing this? Or it is started only in the computer age? What is your thought? Thousands of years or computer?
Thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
Yeah, thousands of years. Thousands of years we're doing this. We used a different way of exchange of materials, barter system, money system. Before money system, something else was also there. Then now we use a digital
sorry
system.
to interrupt. We are actually hearing an echo. Your echo.
Oh, that's bad. So what we'll do, let's pull out all the mic. So it'll be quite good. You can use a chat window. I think that's a better way, right? Yeah. All right. I'm going to put all of it in the mute mode. Let's use chat box for a while to avoid all these unwanted distractions, because some of us don't know how to mute and unmute. They miss it. Keep on hearing the sounds. Until we mature with the Zoom for 1 or 2 classes, I'm keeping in mute mode. Let's use chat box. You're going to chat with me, send the message as a reply. Deal? Let's see how it works. Yeah. All right. Good. So now, when we say thousands of years, we are into this business of customer and relationship of delivering back. We as a project managers going to do something which helps the organization to achieve what they want to achieve. So in this center, I have given certain lessons here, which I'm going to run through in the classes. 5 lessons are given here. 3 domains are given here. At the end of the class, I'll come to how to prepare for the examination. It's here. Now you're going to help me. Lesson number 1 talks about which domain. We saw this last week, just a reminding again. Lesson number 1 talks about which. You have to use a chat box. You can type. Let's check your typing speed also. Okay, here it talks about people. Very good, people. Okay, now you're going to help me. The second one, starting the project will fall under which domain? Very good. And the third one, doing the work falls under which domain? Okay, very good. People in the YouTube, let me see your messages also. Okay, keeping the team on track. Keeping the team on track. That's going to be people domain. So if you watch out with me, 2 lessons will go under people domain and 2 lessons will go under process. Very good. And then we have a business environment. This is the way we're going to work. Nice to see. Now what we'll do, we will quickly get into creating a high-performing team. Don't see anything here sequential. Don't expect that, okay, once I form the team, then I start the project, do the work. That's not the way. It can happen parallelly also. It can happen in a different format also. Do you see in a different forms in your company? If you are in the industry more than 7 or 8 years, some projects, before the project starts, team will be getting ready. And in fact, team will be already ready. Project comes in. That's a way. Sometimes project comes in, then the team gets formed. Or the project started, team got dissolved, new team get formed. Do you feel you have seen different ways of project getting executed in the company? Do you? If you cross 5-6 years in a company, I'm sure it's in different forms. You cannot tell this is the only path a project is done. Different ways depending on the necessity. So PMI don't want to restrict you what sequence you have to follow. PMI want to give you knowledge. If you form a team, this is how you have to form a team. If you run a project, this is how you run a project. These all lessons taken from 200 plus countries. Did I give you a percentage? How many percentage of projects goes really well in all over the world? Any domain? Any percentage? Did we spoke about it? We spoke nearly 25% of the projects are very successful. I'll show you some videos of successful project. I'll also show you some failure projects, various reasons. I would have given this hint in the beginning of the first day of the class. You and me maybe worked in this place. Very good, amazing, you know things. You and me maybe worked here. I have spent most of my life in companies and projects. Honestly, many projects, I don't know whether it was here or it was here. Anyone agree with me? You too have this trouble. You don't know whether it was a successful project, it was a failure project. For you, it's a project. You did, you got your paycheck, you went home. That's it. You really don't know. Because I was not in a position to question that, or I was not passionate to understand that. Now, the point here is, when I come to learn these courses, it was a little tricky for me to understand why PMI says this. In my office, I don't do this. These are all theoretical shit. Practically don't work. In this class, if I have 100 people, I have 10 people in this room going to tell me when the class is happening. And this all in the book is fine. Really in practical, there are people. Because we may fall under that 75% of failure project the whole life. And we may think this is how the project is. Only when you go and work on a successful project, you will see that, oh, here the empowerment is high. Here the leadership is guiding the people, not threatening the people. So these all mindset will be new when you read in the book. So when you read in the book, keep in mind, they're showing some better way of doing things in a right direction. That's a message. Let's jump into creating a high-performing team. How many tasks you see here? Totally, how many tasks are here? We have 7 tasks. Total, how many tasks are there in this for the exam? Out of 36, if I pull out 7, how much is going to be further if we have to read? Is my math okay? I'm okay for the math. Okay, 29. So 7 tasks you're going to see right now. This is what you're going to learn. Now, when you say high-performing team, high-performing, let me ask you a question here. When you say a high-performing team, what will be one line or one word from your mind? Your team which is really doing good means what it is. Could be on what? Productivity, high revenue, collaboration. We can put a lot of good words here. Successful, yeah, consistency, nice to know. Collaborative, quality, results, very good, nice words are coming up. Good. This is what we see in a football match. This is what we see in a cricket match, if in India, isn't it? This is what we see. A high-performing team. What do you expect from them? A result. What kind of result? Good results or value. After Agile came in, more than the word result, we started using the word value very, very frequently. Isn't it? Anyone here Agile, you're reading in Agile, working in Agile. More than a word result, more than a word ROI, we keep talking more the word value. What is the value addition? Shriram is taking classes for 4 hours. What is the value? In this 4 hours, am I giving some input to you? No, 4 hours is a result. No, result is fine. But is it result, productive result or failure result? Election result came up. Success or failure? Oh, it has 2 things of result. Yeah, result can have 2 sides, success or failure. Whereas value is something useful, addition. Now, when I say high-performing team, a high-performing team, whatever you say makes sense. But now let me ask you the question back again. To create a high-performing team, do we need a better approach? A team to become a high-performing, do we need to choose the right people? Do we need to educate them? Do we need to understand their thought process? Do we need to value their knowledge? If the answers are going to be yes, that is what PMI enforces here. PMI Institute, that is Project Management Institute, written some concepts, putting under 7 tasks. These things you will learn in stakeholder management. These things you will learn in resource management. Shouldn't have to learn it. In the books, if you open up Rita 10th edition, you will see the word resource. You will see the word stakeholder. There they talk about people. In this people, they explain about how a people should be. When you say people, it is not only the 5 or 6 people who's working with you in the project. People could be beyond that area. What is this? That is what you have to learn. Now, quick ask to you. Do you think in your office, apart from the 4 or 6 people whom you're working every day, there are more number of people involved in a project? Do you think so? You know 5, 6 people, every day you meet them, you talk to them, have a coffee with them, you go for lunch with them. Those people you know very well. Apart from them, there are number of people hidden, number of people who's implicitly, directly, indirectly, they do this, isn't it? Now you have to learn all those people, who are they? Now the main question to you, do we really need to know about them? When I know these 5 people, every day I have a coffee with them, every day I have a lunch with them, that is sufficient. Why should I waste my time with other people? If you have a thought like that, this is called stakeholder management, where you understand people beyond your boundaries. Why? Because you are not one among the team member. You are a manager. You are a leader. You have to forecast things. You have to guide people. You have to make them to empower and do something great. If that's the case, you should know whom the team is working with. With this, we'll get inside. Thanks for all the answers here. Let's start with the building or build a team. I'll bring a slide like this, which talks about the people domain, 42%, and it has a build a team. Very good. Books, I have given some information, resource management, stakeholder management, right? We'll talk about it. By the way, when I say stakeholder, I'll explain more about it. When I say resource, there are 3 varieties of resources in project. What are they? Do anyone remember it? I said this last week. 3 things, 3 varieties of resources are there. What are they? You have a human resource, you have a material, you have equipment. Very good. Nice. Good. Good. Appreciate it. Let's go. We'll start with the project. Last week, I mentioned that I'll be playing some successful projects which has been listed by PMI. Success, variety of criteria for success. Will you be interested to see a project and to understand how it was successful? Will you be? If you're interested to watch this video, before you watch this video, I'll ask you some questions. How many constraints are handled in a project? How many constraints are handled in a project? There are 6 constraints handled in the project. Can you tell me at least 3 of them? If 6 constraints are there, there is something called scope. A requirement of a project can be a constraint if you don't handle it properly. Then what? Schedule, timeline can turn into a constraint, very heavy constraint, if you don't handle it properly or handle it well. Then what? Cost or budget. These 3 are called as a triple constraint. Triple constraint. Apart from these 3 more are there. What are they? What are they? Resource. Then what we have? Risk. Then what we have? Quality. Now, I've asked this question last time. Do you see these constraints in every walk of your life in your project? You want to move to a rented house in your city. Can I first consider this as a project? Rented house. Just, Shriram, I'm in a own house from childhood. I don't care about it. It's okay. I'm just asking imagination. Rented house, you want to move. Do you think it's considered, first of all, a project? Yeah, it's a project. If it's a project, do you think these all happens in that? Scope can be there, time can be there, money can be there, quality can be there, a lot can happen. Your PMP certification. Is this a project? Does it have all these factors? Does it have it? Of course. Of course, it has it. Yeah, of course it has it. Now you can put X and Y project, whatever you do, possibly you will have this. But the proportion will vary. When I say proportion, if I put a pie chart, if I put all these 6 items in chart, Sometimes scope will be more. Sometimes risk will be more. Sometimes you have to spend more time here, sometimes less time here. The circle keeps changing depending on the necessity and the model of the project where you are. I believe this gives a little broader idea. Apart from this, I want to ask one more question to kickstart, as I have more new people also joined today. There is something about delivery model. I explained a few delivery model last time. Do you still remember what delivery model I explained to you? Delivery model. Single delivery. Anything you deliver in single shot. Very good. Other one is multiple delivery. Okay, then what? Third one. Periodic delivery. Then fourth one. Continuous delivery. Nice. Now take the example of our PMP classes for 10 or 11 days. Is it single, multiple, periodic, or continuous? What delivery it is? To first understand this, you should know some cases on this, isn't it? I believe we discussed last week. What kind of delivery? I'm hearing the word periodic from some of them. Some of them saying it's a multiple. Some of them is saying continuous. I'm seeing 3 answers, no single delivery. Very good. At least this is strikeout. What is multiple? Multiple components are got ready. I can pack it and give it up. Or multiple components are make a delivery. I want to fix a CCTV security system for a building. A building needs a security system. Security system is not only CCTV camera. CCTV camera should be fixed. Access card should be set. Barricades should be set. And some more other security system card should be set. Now, if I do 4 or 5 items together, then it is delivery. But everything has a time to complete. Barricades to be done or CCTV to be set up. Multiple delivery makes one product gets over. Is it true? Some projects work like that. Some projects work like that. Multiple things you have to do, then only it will be finally done. Periodic delivery. Systematically, properly time set exactly happens. Every Saturday and Sunday classes will happen. Can we call our PMP classes periodic? Exactly on the same the classes will happen. On Saturday, 6 o'clock, it will happen. You'll be here. Sunday, 6 o'clock, it will happen. It will happen. Continuous delivery. Whenever it is ready, given to the customer. Am I doing like that? Whenever I'm ready, taking class to you? Or is there any specific period given? Which one I'm doing? Am I going with 4 or 3? I'm going with what? Periodic. You have a timeline already designed to you. By the time you come in, deliveries are happening. Some changes can be there, but things are happening. Now, anyway, this we discussed last week. Don't want to pull much. Why I show all this background here? For the new people joined here, and also people who missed to listen properly last time. I'm going to play a video. This 2 minutes video. It talks about a project. Euro. What is euro? Do anyone aware of euro? You know about euro currency? Currency. Introducing euro as a currency. First of all, are you aware that this was introduced only a few years before? If you're aware of it, it's a currency system introduced in some union countries. Okay. Introducing this currency system in countries, do you think, first of all, that as a project? First of all, is that a project? Yeah. If you agree that as a project, the next question is, do this project will go by single, multiple, periodic, continuous? Which delivery? I gave an example of security system in a building. You have to do multiple things, then only security system gets completed. For the euro, just giving currency alone, enough if you think that single delivery. If you think that is not sufficient, few more things to be done, then you have to think other way. Isn't it? I leave the answer with you. I'm not going to push you. Second point, I want to ask you to watch when this video is playing. I said about 6 constraints. In this 6, each one will have one preference here. Let me ask you a preference. Which one you like the most out of 6? Give your name. Let me see that. What one? 6 constraints. Which one you like the most? You want to give more attention to it as per your personal wish. Usha says scope. Aditya says resources. Vishal says risk. Pavitra says cost. Anu says cost. Amit says resource. People in the YouTube, what is your preference? Scope. Very good. Nice. Everyone has some preferences. I didn't say anyone says all I want. Okay, nice. All right, good. Now, keep this in mind, which one you like. At least that area, observe in this project. Okay, let me play this video. Increase your volume, so that you can listen to this audio speech clearly. I will make sure everything is good for you. Yep, all volume is good. Nice. Nice. Now, benefit of all, I'll unmute your mic to listen to you because I know you're struggling hard to type. Let me listen to some of you. What keen thing you observed in this project from your scope, your constraint perspective, if you choose one constraint?
It's a very good
Schedule.
having a very good scope.
Timeline.
People were very satisfied.
Happy with the
Satisfaction.
Nice.
I think the most
Schedule.
important is schedule. Schedule.
Scope.
It's very important there.
Scope is the thing.
satisfaction.
Very good. Nice. Now, next question. This project is considered a successful project. By seeing this, it's very clear it's from all developed nations. Do you think because of developed nation, because they have more money to implement it, they were able to do it easily? Is it so?
No.
No.
Can be challenged.
I'm hearing more
Yes.
no. So you mean influence,
Can
education,
do with the challenge.
money cannot be a success factor. Influencing money may not be the influence factor. Is it so?
Yes.
They alone cannot be a driving factor.
Got you. Shankar, I pick your answer. They followed the proper process. What do you mean by that, Shankar? What do you mean by proper process? What do you want to say there?
They followed all the project management principles
By the books.
by the books.
Yeah.
Planning.
They just
Planning.
went through
A
the
good plan.
requirements, or they just went through the basic requirements of the current nations, whatever they have joined. The regular requirements.
Got you.
Accurate planning with
Basically,
experienced project management team.
Got you. Got you.
Basically, they want to change the currency. So there is a two process. One is taking the old one and deploying the new one. So they organized or detailed everything. These two things.
It's a kind of a waterfall method which they used. Why? Because they are clear about this requirement, what need to do.
Okay. Listen to you. Carnero, if I pronounce it correctly, Carnero. I'm seeing that aligned macroeconomic metrics. What do you mean by that?
Hi. Yes, before the currency, they align macroeconomic variables like the percentage of debit, maximum percentage of debt over PIB, And so there was a conversion process that started before in Maastricht in 92. So it was like a 10-year convergence process, macroeconomic. So the change of the bills was actually a detail, end detail, because they also transferred to central bank the monetary policy. So that was the big thing. No more you can devaluate your currency. No more you can define interest rates on your economy. So that was that part of policy was transferred into a central European bank. So when the currency happened, it was just a minor detail, but a lot of things happened before in those 10-year period prior. Thank you.
So can we consider this as a 10-year project?
Yeah, at least, yes, I would say so.
So the preliminary work happened very well, took more time, and the conversion of the money as such, the currency papers, we call notes or bills, that could be the last stage of the task. Whereas a lot could have happened before that, where some more constraints could have been an impact also. Okay. All right. All right. Appreciate everyone input here. Kindly you can put yourself mute mode. Here, we don't find to chase for a perfect answer. What we're trying to look out here is, what if this project you are handling? Where will be your role? Are you into scope focused? Are you into time focused? Are you into people focused? Imagine you're part of that. How do you think in this dimension? Of course, we are seeing a successful project like Kanye was mentioning there. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Hopefully I did it.
Yes, Karnairo. Yes, that's
Karnayo. Okay. Okay. Thanks for correcting it out, Karnayo. So now, as Karnayo was mentioning, it's about a 10 years of program happening. In this program, one part of this project is of a currency exchange. Even though we may not have a full visibility, however, this portion, if you want to consider this itself a project, because you want to do number of countries. But this does not happen just like that. There could be preliminary work and post actions will be there. Now, we are not going to do a root analysis of how they did it. The message here is this project also will have all the constraints what we are doing in our day-to-day job. But how do they do this? I heard a lot of answers. We heard a lot of answers. The answers are more looking into systematic approach, a proper process followed, documentation was there, waterfall followed, agile followed. So people tend to tell that there is a way, there is a system if we follow, how mass or massive it is possible to make successful. If you don't have a system in place, if you don't have a proper approach in place, even the smallest thing can fail. Imagine you would have visited some of your friends' birthday party. Some birthday party could have went really well. Some would have been mess. Have anyone attended any party in the last 1 or 2 years after COVID or in between COVID, where you felt it could have been better? Did it happen to anyone here? Could have arranged the parking better, could have arranged the food better, could have arranged the music better. Something you visibly see, and you may feel that could have been better, which means your brain says little more better can be done. The person who arranges a birthday party, you talk to him after 1 week of the party, he or she will commit, yes, it was a mistake. I actually want to do, but I could not do. I was tied up with too many things. Now here, there is no one-line answer to tell this is what could be the problem. The problem is multifold because we have people and other factors involved. So now what we're going to learn in the management books is to see how we can anticipate certain things which can fail, how we can systematically approach it so that we can reduce chance of failure, not eliminate. Be very careful. Management books never says, eat this one tablet, all will be good. Management book will always tell how to reduce the intensity of some failure. That's what they'll tell. Because each project is, a word starts with U.
Unique.
Each project is unique in nature, right? So now, when it is unique in nature, you don't think one answer will fit in for all. It will not. It will not fit in for all. So we can take some lessons learned and try to minimize the failure and maximize the opportunity of success. There it stops. This is the one reason so far you cannot tell this person is the greatest leader in the world, greatest manager in the world. Whoever it is, they will have a plus, they will have minus also. So it's a wide opportunity for us to upskill. All right, let's move a little more to talk about the subject. Let's get here. Okay, there is from Darshan asking some question. In India, there was some currency change happened. Looked like it was not successful. Your views on this? If you want to see it as a project, we have to analyze it before we consider the public opinion and feel. What we hear is media and opinion and feel. Happy and satisfaction ratio. Satisfaction ratio is not good. It's not good. But as a project, if a central government want to change the currency, if they did it on time, it could be successful. But if they couldn't do it in the timeline what they said, it's a failure. So they have to go through the analysis and understand, fix the problem. That's the way it is. But satisfaction ratio, that's a different category. We should talk different level. Is it really people happy about it, using it? That's a different story. If you go to European Union also, if you ask some questions, people have plus and minus. But answer the question what you asked here. If they mentioned within 30 days, we will change all the currency. We'll make sure all the ATMs will have respected money. If they did not meet in the time, if they could not meet the customer need there, it could be considered as a failure. If they consider it, they put it, they didn't do it. If they met it, then it is good. There we stop. All right, let's go to the subject. Subject here, benefit of all, to avoid the echo, I am reducing your mic factor. I'll open a little later. So this page, you can see in the book called PMBOK. What does PMBOK stands for? Do anyone know that? PMBOK stands for? PMBOK stands for Project Management BK. Somebody will say something. Book of Knowledge. Yay! Yes, I waited for this. Amit, you got there. Project Management Body of Knowledge. Right? I know first when I was reading some years back, Project Management Book of Knowledge. No, Project Management Body of Knowledge. PMB. Okay. In the PMBOK book, which you have 6th edition, if you go to the page number 89, it's in the PDF. If you go to the book page number 1828, you will see a page like this. Just take a rough look and let me know what is in this page. Just see a couple of items and tell me what is in this page. What they are given here. List of set of plans. Anything else you see? List of documentation. Very good. Documents. So ideally, we look for the plans and documents. Let me ask a very general question. In any project management, however the size of the project it is, whatever model of delivery it is, single, multiple, whatever method followed, sequential, waterfall, plan-driven, change-driven, agile, do you think some plans, some documents exist? One answer, yes or no. Some plans, some documents exist. Yes, it is one. Now the next question goes, how much of plan, how much of documents? Depends on the project size and proportion and model. How much digital, how much physical copies, depending on the industry where you are. I believe you all agree with me on this. You cannot tell 0 plans, 0 documents. That is for sure. Whatever you do, some plan, some document. As a PMI, when they explain with the 700 to 800 books of content, pages of content, they don't want to restrict it. They have taken all good enough plans, all good enough documents, which can be used for project. Why I'm explaining here in this page is, this page I'll repeat a few more times. I don't want you to take it. Shriram, I'm working in a mobile software development project. In this project, I have only very less plans. I have only 2 documents, but this looks this many documents. We are not learning for your project. We are learning for industry standard and model, what we can take best out of it. Are you with me on this topic? We are not learning management for your project. We are learning management as such in the industry. What all there? In this, which one I can choose it for my purpose later, not now. Okay. So keep in mind when you read the broader subject covered, it's like a buffet. In a buffet, a lot of items will be there. What do you like? You pick it up. Okay, this page I'll come a few more times. In this page, I'll start with the resource breakdown structure. By now, you all got resource means 3 areas. You all purposefully clearly said that. So you see here in project, we have 3 levels of resources. You mentioned human, material, equipment. Human, some role base, we choose people. And we have a material level, grade, high grade, low grade will be there. Equipment will be there. I believe equipment material has some difference. Material could be raw materials, which can combine and make a component out of it. Equipment could be a Xerox machine, could be equipment. Lift can be equipment. A JCB machine can be equipment. Drilling machine can be equipment. Do you agree with me on this if you are in this industries? And human, material, equipment, combining together, a project works. Any project, something will be there. Shriram, I'm working in software industry. We always work with a laptop. Do you think only a laptop can make a software industry? Only a laptop, Lenovo, ThinkPad will make a software industry? Answer goes no. You may a lot of machineries. Servers can be there, boxes can be there. This lot of factors are there. Industry to industry, the proportion varies. If I go to construction or infrastructure industry, that is my writing pen, industry, what will happen is the material and equipment has a higher demand. This should be in place before people come to the place. Imagine this building, roofing work is going to happen. I'm staying in a building where it's made of wood. Wood can be there, steel, cements. The machine which can mix the cements should be in place before people come in that day morning. The demand for material equipment is very high in some industries. If material equipment doesn't reach on time with the highest quality, that project will be in soup. Anyone here from construction manufacturing industries? Material equipment should be highly focused. If something slips there, you will have a toughest time. Do you say yes for it? Is it happening? There are some industry, even the material equipment comes a little delayed also. Sometimes they can manage, not always. Some industry, people focus is very high. Material equipment focus is slightly lesser, also possible. There's also a reason the salary ranges between different places. What will happen is in some industry, material equipment is highly valued. The cost of material equipment is very high. Human labor, more available. More amount of human labor available, so the labor cost is less. Some industry, we call as knowledge workers, brain-related work. There, material equipment less needed or one-time investment. People, brain, technical knowledge highly needed. Their salary package are very high. Let us not go to that level, but message here is, any industry you work, these 3 are important. Handling them effectively is very crucial for a manager or a leader like you is very important. Let's see some more factors. Now, we also estimate how much of resource needed, and then we acquire it in the market. We call as a procurement. I have a chapter for procurement. We'll talk about it. By the way, you all are aware that we are going to talk 10 chapters in this class. Hey, Shriram, you said 36 tasks you're going to explain. Now, suddenly from where there's 10 chapters are coming? In this 10 chapters, 6 constraints will be explained. Apart from 6 constraints, what else will be explained? Stakeholder management. Today, I'm going to talk about it. Apart from this, what else you will talk, Shri? We'll talk communication management, part of the session. Apart from this, what else you will talk? We'll talk about procurement management. That is vendor management. For acquiring resources, chances are you have to go outside to the market and get, for which I need some vendor support. Is it true in your company? You have to reach some vendors, third parties to help on getting the resources, material in the market. They do, isn't it? Sometimes in-house, your company will have people. And manage the team, we'll talk about people management. Improve team competencies. It's a regular training process which you have to do. And you have to track them. Is it really working as expected? Now the message is, resource is a continuous process. You should not take a feel. Once you onboard and get ready with the human material, it will continue a whole project. It's not true, isn't it? It will keep wavering, changing. The resource whom you thought works well may not work well. The machinery which you bought with a good standard fails working. Something could happen. How many of you agree that people management is a little crazy, a little tough? You feel that? Little tough. Handling people. Huh? Until Monday morning, this guy will not declare anything to you. Very normal. Have a coffee with you, lunch with you, very normal. Tuesday morning, you come to know this person resigned in the washroom when someone is telling to you. Anyone have this experience? Until Monday morning, you may not know this. Tuesday morning, when you go to washroom, X person will tell you, hey, you know, this guy Ramesh resigned, man. Ramesh resigned. Which Ramesh? Hey, you and Ramesh always go for a coffee. You don't know this. I don't know, yeah. Come on, man. He resigned yesterday. When? Where he is going? I don't know. He resigned. If you heard these kind of dialogues, it's very common. It's internationally common. Here, Ramesh, some other country, some other guy, Robert, David, somebody will be there. So now, this is very common. It's happening. Nothing, no one to blame here. But the message is, in management, it's very common. But how do you tackle it? How do you handle it? For many years, you are a junior resource in a company. You will always tell, they will fix it. They don't give appraisal. They don't give promotion. Here, we use the word they. The they is an invisible character for so many years until you are a junior resource. One day, you will become that they. Have anyone become that they? If you become that they, then you know the pain. They will fix it. They won't give promotion. They won't give appraisal. They are stupids in the company. These kind of conversation, you will not talk because one day you become the manager. One day you become a leader where it is so complicated to understand people mindset, how to form a team, how to manage a team. Let us talk a few more factors here. Now, project team. When I say project team, a team is a combination of people with a different levels of knowledge, different levels of involvement in the project. You can have project management staff members like PMOs. PMO, I'll talk more about PMO in going forward. Somebody who can be a team member to support you to move towards the achievement of goal. Project staff members who perform and work towards the deliverables, working towards deliverables. Supporting experts can be there. Business partners can be there. If you're coming from an agile background, we use a word called development team. We use a word called product owner, who is a representative of the customer. We will learn more about it. And we have something called scrum masters. So a collection of people join together, work towards achieving some purpose, some goal, some objective. Right? That's an intention of forming a team. Now, when you form a team, how a team should look like? We have to see some factors about T-shape and other factors of team technical knowledge. Before I go there, I have a short video. This video explains about how a good performing team will be or should be. Now, when you watch this video, there are a few people come in a different colors of shirt. End of this video, I want to know from you what color shirt you like the most, or which color you thought it's you. This guy is representing me, kind of a feel you got. Hope you're fine. Could you find the color? Let me play this and come back and listen to your shirt color. Interesting. First of all, did you like this company? No Struggle and Co. Do you like this company? If you like this company, which color shirt? What is a color shirt? God's sake, man. Most of you think purple yourself. Okay. Do you? Really? Okay. You know what? If you are going to ask your team member, the other team member also says he or she is blue. All right. So now the problem with this video is everyone think ourselves as blue, but sometimes we may be a different color also. If you think from a very open perspective, 360-degree feedback, in a 365 days in a company, we sometimes don't behave as blue. Sometimes we behave as different guys also. You can be open enough to tell, oh yeah, I have been something like that, unknowingly. I know we are so fragile. We don't want to hurt ourselves. We don't want to hurt our sentiments. But it is also sometimes true that we didn't do our job really well sometime. Let's park this part. Let's go to the team part. The team part, did you found that if we can educate everyone in the team and help them to understand what they have to contribute and maybe move people who are not really aware of the vision and goal, who are going to be troublemakers. We're not going to pamper somebody saying that, okay, you are troublemakers, so we'll have it to you. No, not needed. Companies keep moving away. That doesn't mean throw them out of the company. Give them another opportunity in the same company. If you're not in X project, go to a Y project, maybe. Now this makes good. Now this goes a trouble in some places where the management and leadership first not clear on the vision, which direction I have to drive the vehicle. Second, the manager himself not very clear what it means by performing or non-performing. In the name of helping people, the whole vehicle does not move. It starts in the same place because I don't want to hurt anyone. Have anyone seen this kind of managers? Have you been the kind of person don't want to give a feedback even though you know that is wrong? Have you? If you have been in this place, even though you know it's wrong, you didn't tell, which means it's going to create some trouble for a period of time. So you should first learn when to say what, isn't it? If you want to keep everyone happy, what do you have to do? In your office, if you want to keep everyone happy, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? The book says you have to sell ice creams. If you sell ice creams, whoever buy from you will be very happy. We are not here to sell ice creams. If there is something wrong, you have to inform them straight away it is wrong. It's very crucial for a project success. In the name of helping 2-3 people, you are going to derail a whole organization, which is going to pull out many number of people's job. So they have to make sure it's clear. All right, we saw something here about a good performing team where team get educated what to do. Not everyone comes with all the knowledge. You have to tell them they know things, then performing. If somebody can't perform, you'll give another opportunity, different opportunity. Let's go some more factors. All right, so the next factor I want to talk is about the team proportion. What you saw is a good video. Now let's talk something about the team. When you talk about the team can have a different proportion of people. There is something called a narrow focused, broadly focused. Which one is preferred in the current industry? You want a narrow focused specialist or broadly focused generalist? Which one is demanded in the market? Narrow focused or generalist? What kind of demand do you see in the market? I'm seeing Pavitra says both are needed. Very good. Very good. We keep saying depending on the situation. But for your information, many industries, not all industries, but many industries, they look for generalist. So what do you mean by generalist? First, let's understand what is generalist. There are people who are needed to do more than one activities. If you look at here, there are Sandy, George, Mara, Tim. Now, Sandy, George is doing some job. Mara is waiting for her turn to complete something. I'm taking from the knowledge-based work. When I say knowledge-based work, I'm taking information technology. George, for some reason, could not do the work. Maybe he was busy watching cricket match or football match or not feeling well. Work got piled up here. Mara has to literally wait for George to complete, then only pick up the work. Of course, Tim also has to wait. So now what happening here is, here the waiting time goes high. I believe you are aware that as per the lean management, if you learned about lean even before Agile, waiting is considered as one of the waste of time. So now if you keep waiting, your deliverables go late, a lot of factors are there. Now what in some industries they look at is, people don't work only in one segment of it. A person can pick up more than one way of working, more than one task of working. Is it possible in all the industries? I would say no. Only few industries have this. Now many industries are having it. They call it as a T-shaped people, if you heard about it, right? So now T-shaped. What is a T-shape? A deep knowledge in one particular segment where you are good on it. Broader idea in maybe couple of more area. There is a difference between deep and broader. You may have deeper information about the segment which you like. On top of that, you get a broader idea. The reason is the picture of what you saw just before. You may choose another activity if needed. Underline the word if needed. Shriram, can I do this in all the industry? No. There are some doctors, eye surgeon, specialist, only on the eye. You cannot expect a doctor on a time needed can do a kidney transplant. He or she cannot do that. They are not meant for it. They'll be only focused on one area because as a specialist, some areas are so specialist, you cannot change. In information technology, recent industries last 10, 11, 20 years, they look out for the T-shaped people where you will focus on one area, also possess couple of area knowledge on a need basis. Something you have to be very careful here because something will misunderstand this and it goes a wrong way. A person doing different jobs at the same time. No, that's not the way it works. It depends on the leadership thought process. Okay. Now, let me say T-shape, why it is needed. We'll talk about this industry like a cricket. 25 years back or 30 years back, when you were born or not born, by the time, imagine India is playing a cricket match with some country. There are almost, now we have a 20 balls to play. And India has to score 30 runs. Is this possible? I'm talking 25 to 30 years back. Is this possible first? When the wickets are 7 wickets gone. 7 wickets gone. You have to score 20 runs in 30 balls or 30 runs in 20 balls. Is it possible? It's a humongous task 30 years back. 30 years back is pretty tough. The reason is, those days, after 7th batsman, we will have only bowlers coming in. The bowlers are, what happened? They are eye-shaped. They call eye-shaped. What is eye-shaped? What is eye-shaped? Knowledge in only one area. Only one area they have knowledge. They're very good on that. But when you need to score 20 or 30 runs, they don't even know how to hold the bat. Now let's take a situation recently. What is happening? 9 wickets gone. Okay, 9 wickets gone. You have to score maybe 18 runs. You have 4 balls to play. Somebody don't know cricket. I'm just telling something in the cricket perspective. Still, is this possible? Is it possible? If it is possible or not, that's not the question now. But you sit with the remote control and watching television. Do you switch off the television or do you wait for the last 4 balls to be bowled? What is your mind while you watch television? When this is happening, you wait. Why you are waiting? Why don't you switch off? Because you are not looking for I-shaped resource. Whom you are looking for? You are looking for a T-shaped resource. Who is a T-shaped resource? A bowler who bowls also expected to hit at least 2 sixes on a need basis. Not every match, on this match. If you are going to tell me, no, I will be only I-shaped resource, in your industry, it's demanded, happy. If it is not demanded, you are in trouble. Because like what you are doing with the last 4 balls to wait to watch a cricket match, somebody will hit expecting a T-shaped resource sitting there. Your company is looking at you at a need, at a situation. Will you turn that T-shape? Did I make some sense about the T-shape? Now, the T-shape is not a mandatory skill which you have to learn. But if you possess, you have been considered as a best regarded resource in the company. But don't underestimate or overestimate this with the word called multitasking. Some people take it wrong way and start communicating as jack of all. These are not good terminology in current industry. You should possess knowledge in 1 or 2 areas which you know very well. On top of that, you should have broader knowledge in other areas also, but you won't use it every day on a need basis. So the message is, this is possible in some industry. Don't take it for all the industry. In some industry, you can't do that. Yeah, a cement painting work person, no need to do plumbing work, not needed. For him, it's not at all job. But if a painting person aware of plumbing work, may be handy, helpful for him, for the society. So they're looking for the people who do the better job. So there are a lot of theory behind this. Let's not go up to that. So for your point, I-shape, T-shape, comb shape, lot are there. In this, T-shape is highly recognized in the market, but not for all the industry, but some industry. This some industry called as a knowledge industry. Knowledge means brain-related work. Any brain-related job you are working, there T-shape is expected at present. All right. Do you see your job is knowledge-based? Do you see your job is T-shaped? Is it happening? If it's happening, well and good. All right. So let's see this one. Jumanji. Jumanji. Okay. In this picture, whom you see first? Big guy? Big guy, huh? Big fellow. Okay, now I picked this. This is the old movie, Jumanji. Jumanji is a very old movie. I saw this in school days. Now I think it's a new version came in. I picked up the picture. The reason I picked up the picture is, in this picture, Dwayne Johnson looks a big guy, isn't it? Very big guy. Looks very healthy and a strength person. But do you think this one person can achieve everything in this whole project? Okay, I'm seeing something from Vishal, but for a project manager, you should know every area. Please explain for EPC project. Vishal, you have to wait some more time. We will learn more about it. But don't go for the word every area. You may not need to go to every area. I'll explain the right place. But hold on now. We are talking about the team. We'll come to this later. Okay, now, if you look at this person talking about a heavy person, it is not about because of his muscle and heavy strength, he or she can win the game. You need somebody who can geographically understand the map very well. You need somebody mathematically calculate better. You may need somebody who knows all these other factors. So combination of all wins. The reason is everyone has some strengths, everyone has some weakness. Now, when they have this, a combination wins. Now, your team formation is something like that. It is about knowledge and a star performer. On top of that, you look out for the people who can have a strength and weakness combination which works well. And there is a misconception that if you recruit people, all are from top university, they achieve great. That is also wrong at sometimes. In some jobs, you need to have a mix of people. Then only the thought process works really well. In some industry, if you recruit all top grades, sometimes top grades give ideas, but they won't implement it. Have anyone have this experience? Top grades will speak a lot, will give ideas. If you ask them to do it, they won't do it. There are some people you need there who has to do the job. Okay. There are some level of people, knowledge of people who will do the job effectively than somebody who was just talking. I'm not doing talking people wrong. They give ideas. They'll tell, I'll give you good ideas, but you have to do it. So you should be in the managerial leadership role, how to look into people, what kind of people you needed. It's something like your 5 fingers in your hand, right? Each of different shape. Okay, let's go. Diversity and inclusion, other factor in the team. You saw something about T-shape. You saw a team of different proportions. Diversity and inclusion. Now let me ask you this question. Do you see this diversity and inclusion, D&I, is a general topic in your office for the last 5-6 years? Every meeting, every leadership program, every management meeting, there'll be one topic, D&I, isn't it? First question to you, do you think it's highly needed D&I or not needed? What is your thought? Highly needed. Yeah? Okay. Very good. Nice to know. Yes, it is needed. But do you think D&I people have good knowledge or there is a lack of knowledge? Good knowledge or lack of knowledge? The answer is mixed in industries. But one thing we found here is many have lack of knowledge. What is D&I? Now, the D&I is a big topic. Another place comes about culture. There I explain about it. A quick information to you. D&I, diversity and inclusion. Accepting everyone in a different form on their own nature. Inclusion of it. Diversity, mix of people with a different variety of knowledge, different walk of life. Cultural background could be there. Industry experience could be there. Spoken language could be there. Many other factors of a human is considered as a diversity. Unfortunately, in the industry, maybe in your office or some places, we talk diversity of only two things. One is male, other one is female. Is it what you hear in your office mostly? You can be open and transparent, nothing wrong in it. Nothing wrong. If you are hearing only male and female, that too more focus only to encourage more female employees in the company. More female should be managers. More female should be board of directors. Really good. Because this segment was not considered very well for so many years. There are many reasons behind this, why they not consider it. Good or bad, but it is not good for those many years. Now they are recovering all these factors. But you have to understand, when you sit in a leadership role, male and female is not the only diversity things. There are nearly 10 or 18 items are there for diversity. We have to talk more about it in a different segment. For now, understand, diversity is so broader. And inclusion is accepting people for their own way of working and way of life. This is also important when you form a team. So it's not only intellectual, you have to see other factors of acceptance. Then you see a variety of thought process in the team. This also encourages people to contribute more when you encourage people as they are. Yeah, that's very important. By the way, this is a very sensitive topic. Many companies don't even talk about this. When you go for the word diversity, that too, women empowerment is considered as a most sensitive topic. They'll keep quiet. But if you address it in a right way, it don't need to be sensitive. You can be very clear of what we think as an organization. How can we promote and help people around us? It works really well. It depends on the leadership model. Okay, let's see how to treat the people. How to treat the people like a human being. As a short video, there's a guy who talks about it. I'll come back and ask some questions on this.
Hi, this is Dave Pryor with another PM Problem Solver, and I've got 90 seconds to try to help you get better at managing your work. Now, whether you're following traditional practices and using the Prince2 or the PMBOK, or you've switched over to Agile and taken up Scrum or Kanban, you want to remember that all these processes are just tools, and at the end of the day, it's important to remain tool agnostic. Keep the focus on delivering as much value as you can for your customer and treating people like human beings. If you can do that, nobody's going to worry about whether or not you're Agile. Now, all projects include risk and some include more than others. In my practice of Scrum, I almost always include traditional risk management. So each week I have a risk analysis meeting and I keep a detailed risk register because I found that it goes a long way towards alleviating some of the stress that can crop up when you take away people's Gantt charts. So if it helps, don't be shy about including traditional practices in your use of Agile. It may help you avoid some of the potholes that can crop up on the way to Agile transition. Now, one of the biggest epiphanies I had in my traditional project management came about when I was learning about Agile and I started to look at burn-down charts. Burn-down charts are always focused on how much work is left. So we never stop to ask what % done are you? What we always ask is, given where you are right now, with what you know right now, how much work do you think you have left to do right now? This has completely transformed the way I track work on Agile projects. So don't ask people how much they're done, ask them how much they have left to do. So just to recap, you want to mix and match tools as needed. Whatever's going to work is what you need to do. Try to remain tool agnostic, keep the focus on delivering value for your customer and treating people like human beings. That's what it takes to be a master of your craft.
Does he make some sense on some topics? Even though if you don't want to agree with everything, but do you think something makes sense, isn't it? In the name of tools, in the name of risk handling, in the name of looking into people, I think what it makes a sense, waterfall or agile or tools or people handling. There is no mandatory rule. None of the industries say this is what we'll follow. Which good for you, pick it up. Start doing it. And one other topic they talk about burn down. We'll talk more when I go to agile. But point they want to mention here is, yes, you can tell how much you completed. He's also mentioning that how much is there to do with the nature of situation right now, which makes the team to think forecasting. If you ask what done, team talk one is completed, yes, it's good. But team may not see what they have to do in future. But if you ask how much is there, chances are they'll start seeing, oh yeah, I have to travel another 500 kilometers. The car is going 100 kilometers per hour, another 500 kilometers I have to travel. They start forecasting. They're giving the forecasting thought to the team, not only with the manager. The kind of a different views of making people to think. That's also a different angle. That's it. Okay, so far, what you observed about the team? Any questions I can help out so that we can step out to the next topic? Your mic should be good. Let me listen to a couple of questions, then I go to the next topic. I think Vishal, right? You asked some question. I missed your name there. Is it Vishal? Vishal. Yes, Vishal. Vishal, what is the context of the question? You are unmuted. Yes, you can proceed. Maybe Vishal trying to speak. Vishal, I don't hear you, but I see the question as for a project manager, he should know every area. Before I say something, let me ask someone in this room. Do anyone here as a project manager, you have to know all the area?
No.
Or how does it work for you?
No.
No.
Not required.
Not required.
No, not required.
No.
Okay. Thanks for the answers. But some industry, as a manager, they want to know areas. But Vishal, I didn't get the clear question. That's why I asked the context. Do you expect a manager to technically do something there, or should be aware of these areas? If you use the word aware, I will say yes for it. I'm sure the team also will say yes here. The reason is you should know about the areas, what you are working, what your team is working, what they're capable of doing. That we should know. But if you ask me hands-on, actually not needed. That is why we have team members to do the job. You can propose an idea. Let them come back and challenge you. Let you challenge them, they challenge you. That's the way we work. They challenge you, no. How do you want to do this? But you will enforce an idea, thought process. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? That idea should have. If you ask me that area of knowledge, yes, I say yes. But if you say hands-on, I will say not necessary. If you have it, good. But don't force yourself. That's a message. Hope you got it. All right. Any other question? Okay. I'm seeing something from Amit. Manager should be aware of all areas. Okay. Aware of. When you say aware of, should be known the things. That's what the point. Okay. Be a little careful when you say aware of, known of, because some may misconsume that. They will think they have to do the job manually. No, actually. You should have a knowledge of things that's sufficient for you to do the things. All right, good. Let's go. Sorry, guys, I couldn't read your message. If you can speak up, that's why I put your mic on. I can't read all your messages.
What task we have completed so far in this particular lesson?
We didn't complete anything. We are just reading.
Yes, Sriram, I have a question, Vishal here. So when you talk about resources, let's say I'm a project manager. So who essentially is responsible for giving me that, allotting me the resources essentially? Is it me who picks up, or is it someone from the top, let's say a program manager or a portfolio manager? How does that trickle down? Like,
which domain you work, if I want to know?
I work mostly in R&D, so R&D projects.
R&D for which domain?
We have healthcare products essentially.
Healthcare products. Okay.
Yeah.
In healthcare, doing research and development. Okay. When you say resources for you, the raw material could be even the medicine details, be raw material.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, we are making bags essentially which contain different pharmaceutical solutions.
Right. Very good. Very good. When you say resource here, I'll take human and some raw materials.
Yeah,
In this
equipment would be also.
Yeah, right. All three will be there. So now raw material equipment not in your control. It comes from some other department.
Yeah.
So you have to tell them that for my project, I may need these many raw material, this many equipment. They would supply you, isn't it?
Right.
Same way you have to tell human resource how much of people, technical, non-technical. When you say R&D, you need some PhD doctorate holders. Is it true?
Not really. Essentially, like we are in India and our manufacturing units are, let's say, in Italy or in Germany. So there the project is to be implemented. So we sometimes get people in the manufacturing units who are, dedicated people who work on projects, because it's coming from around the globe. So
yeah. So I got a point. I took your example. The reason is to make you to understand better. But when you talk about whole project management, always there is a project understanding about the requirement, detail. After this detail, we will communicate to the respective resource holders. Could be human resource department, could be your senior management, could be a material equipment resource department, vendor department. You have to intimate them. Once you intimate, they'll get back to you on their availability, and then you get it. There is nothing called top-bottom approach, but depends on the department segments, how the companies are divided, you will get the resources. But the message to be conveyed is from the project manager. They will convey the message as per this work. We may need these many resources. That's how we get the people. Hope you got it.
Right, because I asked the question because I think when we started reading, in the PMBOK, we have the definitions of program managers, portfolio managers, like that. So I wanted to understand in that context as well. Is it like something which comes down from program management? Because somewhere the project which we run is part of some program, like that.
We have to learn that. It's a different topic. We'll learn a different segment. But for your information, it can be also part of program management. I'll talk in a different segment. That's about different. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next segment of it. Someone asked me the question, which topic we are going through. If you didn't miss the beginning, is a build a team. You're talking in the build a team. Okay, we'll go through that. If somebody missing that, what you're learning, when you watch a slide on the top, you can see which lesson, which task. Do you see that, what I'm showing you? So if you are not following this, please watch in the top of the slide. You will get the detail. Where are we?
Their portion is hidden actually. So,
okay, let's get back. So what is a stakeholder? Let's talk something about stakeholders. So far we saw something about the team who is closely working with you. Let's see something about the stakeholders. The word stakeholder. The moment you see the word stakeholder, it is going to talk a little broader segment of people around your project or your segment. If you see, a stakeholder could be what? An individual or a group or an organization which can directly or indirectly impacted or impacting the project outcome. Set of people, set of organizations who are directly or indirectly involved in the project, what you do. In the beginning of the class, we took example of your PMP exam certification as a project. We took example of you're moving to a rented house. Your company as a project. We heard from Vishal about the pharma industry project. Now here we have set of people and organization involved. They're going to directly or indirectly involve. Now the next question here is, there is a wording talking about a stakeholder can impact positively or negatively. Most of you in this room will agree, yes, a stakeholder can impact positively. But do you think negatively also some stakeholder can impact your project? Is it possible? Is it possible? Possible. Who can be negatively impacting? Could be a competitor, could be someone who is unaware of the project details. Sometimes in the project, somebody does the work in a wrong way. Somebody in your project asking questions and being very resistant with the decision making. Have you seen somebody in your project itself so resistant to some decisions? After you explain half an hour, 1 hour, or all the details, then he or she says, oh, now I got it. But if this detail was not explained, the project could have been waited for a longer duration. So there are possibility that people can be positive and negative. Now, what to do here? We have to identify the list of stakeholders. And then we have to plan how to involve them in the project. And then you have to manage them and you have to monitor them. Do you think when the ShriLearning classes are started, we will have a stakeholder register who all coming for the classes? Do we have a register like this? Rahul will maintain a register like this. Isn't it? It is? Yes, it is. A register should be with us. And this register will help us to plan an engagement strategy, how to involve you in the 10 or 11 days of classes, and regularly manage what are doing and monitor how things are going. While I'm saying monitor is something popping up in my mind, we do have an attendance register for you. Do you all log in today to get into the system, to start seeing things? So slowly you'll start seeing things that you have been helped, monitored, tracked, to check out how things are going. In the name of helping, we have to go close with you, walk with you. So you have to have the list of stakeholders who are all part of project, directly or indirectly. Some stakeholders from the day one starts working in a project. Some stakeholders come a little later in the game. Let's take your PMP certification. When is your exam date? Do you know who will be the exam invigilator for you? Are you aware of it? Are you aware of exam exact date? Yes, I'm tentatively I have a date with me now. Are you aware of the center where you're going to write the exam? Vaguely. Are you aware of the invigilator who is going to come there? Very vaguely. Even though you don't know, but you have written down their name in your stakeholder register. If I give a paper to you, write down the stakeholder list. Will you write the exam center as one of the stakeholder? Will you do that for your PMP exam? Will you do that? You would say, yes, I will do it. But can you tell me whose exact name? You may say no. Can you tell me what it is? What is that? What is the guy? No, you say no, but I know I will go for a center. So the message is stakeholders are people who is going to be from the beginning to the end of the project. Some of the stakeholders you remember, some of the stakeholders you don't even know right now. As you progressively move closer, you get more details. Now you see a list of stakeholders here, given in the boxes here. Do you see anything peculiar here in these boxes? By the way, this is just a sample. Set of stakeholders, project managers, end users, vendors, suppliers, people, sponsors. Anything different and peculiar you see here? Project team is there. Okay. Competitor, social group, very good, nice. These two looks a little different, isn't it? Yeah, competitors. Competitors, we can keep them as a stakeholder in my project. I can use them as a benchmark. I can use them to watch what they do. May not be very regularly involved with me, but they can be part of my stakeholder register where I have to keep a watch. Benchmark. What is a benchmark? In India, we got a new SUV car last 4 or 5 years. Which is a new SUV car now recently running good? New SUV from different country? SUV vehicle, Kia, not Kia, not XUV. There is some company, MG, the China company, China based. MG is from China based, right? Or UK based, bought by China. Yeah, UK company bought by China, I believe. So now there's a China group when they came into India to make a car. Some of you don't know that, right? They say that no, we'll buy one UK car. It's not UK, it's from China. Okay. So China car which came to India, the MG model, MG car, like what we have Jaguar, took over by India, Tata. So now when they come with a new SUV vehicle, they may not need to start from the scratch. They can start as a benchmark. They can have some competitors as stakeholders to watch out what they do. Maybe they see Innova. They may see Kia cars in India to see what model are already running there. They can take a benchmark. They can see what the advertisements running on. They can see the marketing strategy. I may keep a watch on them, what is happening. Yeah, sometimes the competitors can have a tough fight with one another. In a US market, you can directly tell the competitor name and compete with them. In some market, you can't do that. In some market, you can't tell the name. You have to show an invisible way. In US market, directly you show the stats of other company. This company, this is how they're performing. We can do this way, right? So now this kind of thing is also useful for understanding stakeholder register. Social group. What is a social group? In one of the places, there was a big highway construction planned. This highway has to cross through a forest area, green area. They have to cut down more than thousands of trees. The project has been signed, about to start. Social community came for the procession. They sat on the road and start processing. No, we won't allow to cut the forest area. The project been halted. Now, do you think when you start some kind of a social, government, or environmental project, you have to consider even other groups, environmental factors before you touch something? You cannot straight away tell government is with me, all the power is with us, we'll do it. No, you cannot. People suddenly will turn towards us. So message, what I want to hear from you here is stakeholders are collection of things, collection of people, collection of organizations who towards work on the achievement of success. Now, when I say stakeholders, I'll give two bubbles here now, okay? Now, if you see a bubble here, I'll put a bubble, bigger bubble, I'll call it as a stakeholders, okay? Stakeholders. Now you understood stakeholders could be set of people or organization who work directly or indirectly on the benefit of the project, or could be negative of the project also. Now there is an inner bubble. Inside this is stakeholders. I would call resources as inner bubble. When I say resource here, I'm talking about the human resource. Do you think your team members are resources, first of all? Your team members are people and resources in your corporate. Do you think that? Okay. Do you think they are also part of stakeholder community? They are the team whom you work every day. Also, they are part of stakeholder community. If you feel that you have a bubble, that is a stakeholder bubble, which is a bigger one, in which you have all the people who are involved in the project, directly or indirectly, in which your team members is part of it. Can you please draw this in your paper and give me done in the chat, just to make sure that we are all aligned well. You have a bigger bubble, which is of stakeholders, who's internal or external to all the organization. And when you have a resources, it's purely for the people who focus on the project. Okay. All right. First, now you tell me, do you see this bigger bubble, small bubble in your office? You go Monday to office, Friday to office. Do you see this kind of bubble happening? Bigger bubble, small bubble. Okay. Do you give more focus on inner one or outer one? Which one you are giving more focus? Which one are you giving more focus? More focus. Okay. Inner one are giving more focus. Okay. Nice to know. Yeah, it is needed, right? Core team. Core team. I would say as you grow higher and higher, you will start seeing more focus on both the area, because you have to know who all anticipated stakeholders also. You cannot stay only with your team members. All right, let's move a little more. There's one more circles given here. This is just to intimate to you. This is also from PMBOK book. You can see project managers, and you will see public-private partnership managers, resource manager, team, project team, yeah, sponsors, governing bodies, who all can be there. I'll talk more on PMOs later. So stakeholders, suppliers, customers, end user. By the way, do you think end user and customer are different? End user and customer are different? Yeah. End user can be someone who consume the product. Yeah. Agricultural farmland, we get vegetables getting from the farmland, and it is being taken by the customer who regularly buys from the farmland. And that person is a customer for the farmer. But customer goes to the market, sell to the end user, where your mom buys those vegetables, which comes to your home. Yeah. It can be same also. We directly go and buy in the farmland. But customer doesn't need to be the end user. End user can be somebody else also. Just a thought for you. All right. These are the people whom we are seeing. Let's see some more factors. Something called stakeholder register. I'm coming to the same page again to show you some set of documents. One of the other document which you have to see is called stakeholder register. Register. What does a register mean? A register will have information from the first day of the project till last day of the project, who all came in, went out. Have you visited any library the last few years? Have you visited any library, any gym, either for the body or for the mind? Any exercise you've done? If you're not visited library or gym, something you're missing. Your body or a mind, both should get exercise. Okay. Okay, we'll come to philosophy later. If you go to library or a gym, there'll be a register. Usually, nowadays all electronics happening. Electronics also goes to register, but if not, you can see they'll have a book to write your name. The reason is who came in, what for they came in, what is their interest. They'll note it down. Now that's a register. Now, stakeholder register, whatever you said, I heard a few minutes back, you will have a set of people. You will have a set of people, an organization. What is their interest? What is their interest in the project outcome? What is their power? How do they going to influence it? What is the outcome they're going to influence? Now, the more you know about a person, the more you know about an organization who is going to contribute for this project, chances are you handle them better, right? When you know a stakeholder better, you can observe the details clearly. You can respond them very well. It could be some stakeholders very closely you have to manage them. Some of them come late in the game. How do you do that? Now, first you have to know that what is this people all about? Now, for which we group it. Stakeholder grid or power grid, or we call as power influence grid. Now, a minute before you saw something called stakeholder register. A register, I said, is an Excel sheet or a document where you have a list of people name. Very good. I have a lot of stakeholders in my project. Imagine I have more than 900 stakeholders in my project. In a week of 40 hours, can I talk to all 900 people as a project manager? What is your thought? Shriram, I have a lot of technology. Okay. I have a lot of energy. Okay. Still, can you cover 900 people with a quality time? I'm not telling you will call for a town hall and you talk to 900. That's not the way. Can you give a quality time? The answer goes no. So what's the reason? The reason is in 900 people, you may not need to talk all, because some of them don't even need your information. Some of them not even started their work in the project yet. So what to do? We have to group it. For grouping, there are some techniques. Power interest grid, salience model. These are techniques used. Why they use it? Why they use it? The reason is when you group it, you handle better. Before I go here, anyone here in a mobile, you have more than 1,000 numbers? Anyone here? In your mobile, you have more than 1,000 numbers? More than 1,000? Some people have it, right? 1,000 numbers, or some 800, 900. Okay. There are some people, they have 1,000, 800, 500. I see some numbers running here. Imagine at least 500 numbers. 500 numbers if you have, I'm sure you cannot talk with everyone even 1 year. You won't spend time, not needed at all. In this phone, your brain knows whose number is important, and when that number send a message or a call, you pick it immediately. Even in the middle of the meeting, from your home, a call comes in, or your mom or dad or somebody calls you, you will tell, excuse me, and come out of the room and pick up the call. Is it happening? Does it happen? Because you know that this is a key stakeholder in my family, my life. If something called at 11:30 a.m. in the morning when I'm in the meeting room, I'll pick up. I know this person is a key stakeholder. This stakeholder already knows I will be in office work, but still he or she is calling me. There is some emergency, some need. Is it true for most of in this room? Is it true for most of in this room? You will just walk out of the room, whatever presentation you are, you just stop it. There is an emergency, please wait. You don't even know what it is. You'll say emergency, please wait, because you know they are calling means it should be emergency, which means Vishal, I said 11:30 a.m., not p.m. Okay. So now he said girlfriend. I said, okay, it's not p.m., it's a.m. Okay, we'll talk about this need. The reason is, the message I want to put here is, we know whose number to pick up. We know which is important. How do you know that? The reason is, you know their power. You know the importance. You know their interest. You know their legitimacy, the role they play. You know what is the urgency. When you know these information, I should be able to group those information in my numbers. If I have even 1,000 numbers, only 10 or 6 numbers will be so close to me. I'll be very carefully watching out. Rest all will go later category. Why I'm talking this information to you? Like, how do you organize your mobile numbers? Same way, stakeholder register, we keep organizing regularly. I'm using the word regularly. The reason is your project initially may need more importance from business people, more importance from decision makers. As the project progresses, we need more importance from the executors, the people who do the job. As it progresses, I may need some people to talk quality parameters, quality gates, phase gates. Agile projects talk about retrospective feedbacks. We'll keep seeing who has to give some decisions which can help me to move forward. So we keep seeing at a time being a project person comes in, goes out, comes in, goes out. We'll keep watching, for which we have something called power interest grid. A person very high power in the beginning of the project can turn into less power over a period of time. That doesn't mean they don't have value. At that point of time, they may not need to take any decision. A person who is very less power in the beginning can turn into high power in the future. Do you think the quality department or quality managers, in the beginning of the project, they do less contribution, but over a period of time, it gets high power? Do you see that? The quality team members gets more powerful because they have to give some decision that makes some charges over or decisions over the project. Okay, what do you see in the screen here? If you see here, low power and high power, and high and low here. When you see here, power, we look at somebody is high in power and also high in interest. What do you do with them? You regularly engage or manage them closely. You watch out, isn't it? Some people, high in power, high in interest, you watch it. Who can be high in power, high in interest in your project? Can you guess someone? Who can be high power, high interest? Who can be that? Could be a key person who's needed of this work to be done. Could be a senior management, could be a project manager, could be a sponsor, could be an end user, someone who is interested in this outcome, high power, high interest. There are some situations there could be somebody high in power, but could be low in interest. Do you think somebody can be high in power and low in interest in a project? Maybe a CEO of a company. Come on, Shram. How a CEO will be low in interest? Of course. In a company, there could be 15 or 100 projects running. A CEO cannot give all interest to every project, but power is high. Anytime he or she can unplug the project, telling that no financial support now, let's stop this. But interest, only on the town hall, one meeting, they will listen to that. If not, they don't. So the message is, I don't want to chase everyone of all the information here, but I want to tell you that when you have a power interest, when you have a power influence, chances are you try to group the people to handle them better. Salience model, when the project is very huge, thousands and thousands of people are there working, they use one more parameter. Apart from power, we use one more parameter. Urgency, how important they need it. Legitimacy. Do anyone Googled it? What does legitimacy means? I saw some of them putting in the chat, what is legitimacy? Did you Google the English word? What is legitimacy? Can you Google and tell me what is legitimacy? I saw some of you asking, what is legitimacy? Did you Google it? Okay, this word, genuine, role, legitimate, legally, legitimately. Somebody has authority, somebody has role, somebody has a capability to ask it. Somebody come and asking you by the power, what they have on the influence of the project, somebody would legitimately, senior most management people, or somebody is a right person, maybe end user, a sponsor, they're legitimate to ask the question, isn't it? So they have that position, they have that role, they have an authority, they are liable, we are liable to give them. Yeah, that's legitimacy. Then look for urgency. When these three things mix together, we have to watch it out. Anyway, in exam, we don't get anything on salience model. I just put, you have to understand, when it is a whole bigger project, they'll go for grouping it. This is a kind of grouping model. This grouping helps you to make people whom you have to focus, because you don't have all the time in your life to talk to everyone here. You'll have lesser time. So you try to focus on the right people. That's a message. Right. All right. Okay. I'm seeing again the question coming up on the legitimacy. I think still some people not get the word meaning legitimacy. If you're not seeing the word legitimacy is role. Power is impacting the result and the outcome. Somebody can make a decision, some thought process that can give decisions changing. Legitimacy, just your role will make some action accordingly. Yeah, hope you got it. All right. And before we go for the next topic, I think it's time for the break. Let's see something in the YouTube. Okay. So far, what we have seen. So far, we are getting into a subject which is on build a team. Where are we? We are talking something on the build a team, on the create a high performing team. The lesson, we are in the build a team. This is a little bigger because we have good understanding on the stakeholder and team factors. Once you understand the stakeholder and team factors, then we'll talk about how this team will perform ground rules, agreements, knowledge sharing. When we started the class, when I ask you what it means by high performing team, you all give a lot of positive words. They have to give results. They have to understand the things. They have to work efficiently. ROI should be there. When I asked you how it all will happen, those all will be satisfied with what I will talk now. So we are discussing in this chapter. Once this is over, we'll start getting deep inside. Now, in this, what we are seeing is mostly on the people-related factors we are learning. These are topic, what I'm saying is not totally new, but at the same time, it's organized in a way which can help you to give some results when you go for execution. What is execution? When I go to lesson number 2, by next week, when we start lesson number 2, we will start how to handle the requirement of the project, timeline of the project, quality of the project. These all would work well only when you understand some factors of people. That's why we are learning the lesson number 1. Are you with me so far? Things going good for you? If everything is good, let's take a 15 minutes break. Fresh up and come back. We'll continue this conversation. Some more topic, we'll talk about the people domain. Enjoy your break. Catch you in 15 minutes. People in the YouTube, you can also take a break and come back. We'll continue this session. Hello, welcome back. Seems the time went pretty fast. All right, hope the break was useful. You got some refreshment. All right, hope it was useful, good. Kindly confirm audio video is good for you. You're able to hear me, see me well. Both are good. Nice. I saw a question from Satya Narayanan, right? Okay, before I answer this question, Satya, what could be legitimate as per you before I say something? Because this question comes very frequently. Just want to understand what could be legitimate as per you. Because I want to understand whether you understood legitimate, then it'll be easy to answer. Is it Satya? You are available? Okay, your mic is also on if you want to speak up.
Yeah, you're able to hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So according to me, legitimate means as genuine, or they have the actual interest, or they are what to say? They are genuine, or what to say? Legally, they are supposed to, or something like that. Legally, they can ask questions or something.
Okay,
like
okay. You tried your best. You tried your best. Okay, thanks for it. You tried your best. At least you got the context. Now, if I say something goes to you, because if not, it is going to be up and down. So what is the question? I saw the question. Read the question again. Your question went a little down. Example. You want the example of legitimate and does not have a power. Okay. Now let's go something on does not have the power. Legitimate, you said, has a genuine interest or a role, or who is authorized to ask something. I was giving an example about there was a highway construction planned. And they want to cut down a lot of trees. Then some of the green revolution group or social welfare group came in and questioned the government. Are they legitimate? Are they legitimate?
Okay.
If they are legitimate, I'm saying no, they are legitimate because they are the green revolution, or they are the social welfare people. They have a legitimate, genuine interest. It could be a social group. It could be an NGO who come forward and ask questions. Women Rights Council could be there. Child Abuse Related Council. They will come forward and ask questions. But do they have the power to stop something?
No.
They may not have a power. So there are different variety of things. You ask legitimacy with the power is different. Legitimacy without power is different. That's your question. Is it your question, Satya? If that's a question, if legitimacy, there is a set of people who have legitimacy, but no power. They can ask anything. There are something legitimacy with the power. Let's take an example of legitimacy with the power. You are all coming for the PMP classes. Do you think your attendance are all recorded? How many people log in, what time they do, it's been recorded? Are you aware of it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is recorded. Now, Rahul Gupta, who is helping on all these factors, is he legitimate, genuine on your interest, on your growth? Of course, right? As a ShriLearning, he should be. Okay, now, is he having the power? If you don't attend the classes regularly and he found you are not logging properly, can stop issuing a certificate? Does he have power?
No. Yes.
No or yes?
Yes. Attendance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If a person not attending the
Yes,
classes properly, your certificate will be stopped.
requirement.
Yes, will be stopped. You have the legitimacy and also you have the power. By the way, spend time, read more on the books. I know this, I say topic is not highly demanded in the exam. Just give an idea. Legitimacy is a role. Someone has an authority. Someone don't have an authority. Someone have an interest genuinely. Then you have a power to influence on the outcome. Then you have urgency. This is what the salience model. I know you are more interested. Anytime this topic comes in, people get more interest. One thing you understand, this is used. You cannot see line by line exactly. I know when I'm saying also you're getting the example. But if I ask you to give a list of 100 people and do by legitimacy and power, you can't do it just like that. It will take time for you. You have to understand each people, what they are, how they involve in the project. Then only you'll start grouping it. This is a grouping technique used. Like what we do in our mobile numbers, how do you group? Email box, how do you group? In a society, how do you see people? There is a way of looking people. The same way in a projects, each people differ. A person who is not power now can turn into power later. Who is not legitimate now can become legitimate later. First, that's possible. Do you all agree?
Yeah.
A person who is in some situation can change again over a period of time. Yeah, they will change again. So this all a way of helping us so that I can target the right person. Can I go exactly line by line? Chances are sometimes it may go wrong also. So this is just a hint for you to see how to group. Later point, it goes by talking to them, understanding them, what their involvement. That's by the process. Hope you all got it.
Yeah,
Let's jump to the subject.
I have one question on this. The salience model, there is one called dangerous stakeholder. So why do we call it as a dangerous stakeholder? In between the power and the urgency where it is overlaps.
Okay, I don't think we'll come out of this topic. I just gave a clue that it's a topic you have to read through. Anyway, let's come back again. So you're worried about dangerous. Where you see the dangerous? You're talking about a person who is in power, who is also urgent. Okay, when somebody is power and urgent, what will happen? Would you like to handle them quicker? Power and urgent. Your wife calling you. She has power and urgent. On an important thing they're calling you, will you give focus, very high attention? Will you not give it? We'll give it, right? So when you talk about something about how much power they have on the outcome, influence of a project, and what is the urgency level they're coming in, urgency level at a high, mid, and low, where they are. Could be a sponsor. A sponsor has the highest power to stop the work or start the work. A sponsor comes and tells that this is very urgent, we want this requirement to be delivered. And if I'm not going to handle these people very effectively, that can turn into very dangerous. Hope you're with me on this.
Yeah.
Shall we move on from salience model?
Yes, yes.
I know this is a very interesting topic. I like that. But again, let's keep moving. Okay. There is something called stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So what you saw now is a stakeholder grouping things which you learned. Now something called engagement. What is engagement? Shriram, somebody getting married, engagement, not that engagement. Engagement in the project, engagement in the work. Why we need this engagement? When you know a person's engagement and involvement in the system, now you go back and talk about your salience model or a power interest as some relation there. Now, what is engagement level? We will see there are some people who are unaware of the project and the potential impact. This person may not be aware of things. Some are resistant to any changes, resistant to new ideas, new thought process, very unsupportive to some factors. Okay. There are some people neutral, aware of the project, but neither support nor unsupport. Just keep quiet. Have you seen somebody in meeting rooms in your office? Anything you ask, they'll be just kept quiet. They'll say, Have you seen this kind of people in your office? In a management, project decisions, technical discussions, you can see some will not involve anywhere. Just keep quiet. They will use the word You can say yes or no. In between, there is one word. What do you mean by This you can talk to your family at your home, but not at office. In office, you have to be this side or this side, or you have to keep a conversation about it. You cannot keep quiet. But there are people there. Various reasons could be there. You cannot say it's bad. Maybe they are not aware of the information, or they don't want to comment right now. Multiple factors are there. Some are supportive, some are leading. Supportive could help you to move forward. Leading will be the front line. They only take and drive it up. Now, why I'm saying this information is, we will have a stakeholder register, list of people names here, and we'll put the scale, a table column, which says a person currently stays here. C stands for current. Imagine, it's an imagination. Imagine stakeholder 1 stands unaware. Do you want this person to be unaware the whole project? No, it is an expectation that a person can be could be supportive. Decide could be supportive. So C stands for current, D stands for decide. Can you please write it down? C is for current, currently where is someone. D is for decide level. Decide means the level where they want to go, isn't it? Now, this is all imagination. What you see is just an imagination written by the books. Stakeholder 3. Stakeholder 3, C is here, D is also here. What that mean? C and D are in the same column. What that mean? The expectation and the current state of the member is on the same place. It means I'm expecting somebody to be in the supportive. This guy already in supportive. That is C and D in the same place. Let's take an example of stakeholder 2. Currently, this person is neutral. What is expected from this person? To become supportive, or it can be leading also. Just an example here. Now the question to you. When you came for the PMP classes, if I have a stakeholder register for you, do you think people will be the leading or people may fall in between some area? What is your thought? Before the class starts. Before the class starts, people, where they will be? There will be a lot of factors involved. There could be some stakeholders unaware. I have to make them to be supportive and leading. There are some people here who did PMP classes in LinkedIn courses, some other training institutes, or they attempted the exam already. They know all about exam. They came here only to clarify some doubts. Is it possible? Is it possible? Some people who knows all the information, they just came here to see how things are. Last tablet before the fever goes away. There are some people who would come like that also. You cannot tell everyone is unaware. Someone will ask high matured question because they've attempted few times, they want the end. So stakeholder will have varying stakeholders. Some is unaware, some is resistant, some is neutral, some is supportive. So now we handle people accordingly. I think I forgot to mute most of you. Sorry, guys. Echo starts coming up. Okay, now this stakeholder register or assessment matrix should help us to tell where people are standing. Now I'll ask you this question. If I have a stakeholder register and I have this list of unaware, resistant, neutral, imagine a project is running between the month of February to December. Can I do this sheet in the month of February? I just forget it. Can I do like that? Or I have to check this continuously and keep updating. What is your thought? I'll take the stakeholder register, mark unaware, aware, and close the sheet, keep in the shelf. Can I do like that? If I do like that, it doesn't have any meaning at all because people keep changing, isn't it? So we keep updating regularly. Now you may think I'm not doing this in my office regularly. Some of your companies will maintain a document, some don't maintain the document. They just leave it as it is. Some of us think by email we handle it. Now we are talking about the 25% which are going good projects in the world. They say that when we maintain a stakeholder, we have a register. In the register, we mark by power and interest. We also have a salience model on a need basis. We also follow this kind of assessment matrix. By this, we know whom we have to focus. Now, let me ask the question. Anyone in this room, have you seen these kind of things in any of your job the last few years? Somewhere. Not exact wording, different wordings also, but at least you've seen something. I'm seeing a lot of no. Oh my God. Some yes coming up. Happy. Some yes is there. Some yes and more no's are coming up. Okay. Some of you not even aware, is it available in a company or not? Isn't it? Is it true? Not even aware such thing exists because we may not know. I would have given a clue last week that we have a project starting from initiation, planning, execution, closing. We would have spent most of our time in execution. When you and me going to spend most of our time in execution, how much of time we get to see these kind of things? Do we, right? We don't get it, right? So we may not get enough time to go and see what register we follow. Nothing wrong here. You cannot know everything in your life. But Monday, when you come back to your office, you may have a register like this in your company already. If they don't have it, at least see how they manage it. Don't try to change upside down in a company which is already running. They may be very successful already. Because we introduce a process, they should not fall down. Before you introduce something, first you have to see how they manage the project effectively. There, if you find there is a gap, process gap, then you first give a trial of how can we do this. Then you have to propose an idea. If today you see a lot of CEOs who grown up from the bottom to top, everyone grown up like that, learning what is the company doing first, and then proposing an idea which can work. That's a better way of doing things. Okay, this is one way of assessing the information about the people. So what is C, what is D, if you remember it? Okay, C is current, C is decide. By the way, Darshan has put a question for me. Darshan, you can put in a comment chat. It'll be easy. If you put only to me, they won't see the message. Okay, put it to everyone. X is currently leading or trying to lead the project. If he can be supportive, it's good enough. If X is leading or trying to lead the project, okay, X person is here. Okay, nice. I'm taking this person as X person. You're mentioning if he can be supportive. Okay. Currently, this person is supportive. That's what you're mentioning. Nice. It's good enough. Cases like this come up. Okay. Now, if I interpret your question, if a person who want to lead the project, is this person can be in supportive? Can be. That doesn't. It's not impacting you because supporting and leading are much closer. If you see here, aware of the project, both of them aware of the project, potentially impacts, supportive of the work and its outcome. This is a supporting out income. Whereas this year, actively engaged. Mostly when you talk about leading a project, I would see them as a project manager, sponsors, or some clear core vendor who have to contribute some spare parts, materials to me, some licensing of a softwares to me. I want them to be very closely involved. So I will see when they are needed. I would see, can they be supportive? Then can they be leading? So I can tune it. If I'm going in 100 kilometers per hour, I can easily go to 110 from there because I'm very close to 100, right? But if somebody is unaware, it's only 40 kilometers per hour. From here to 120 takes a long time. So if you say the person is supportive, I'm fine because they're very close here. I can anytime make them leading. A person supporting can be made it leading very better, faster. So I would say answer yes for that reason. Hope I answered you, Darshan. Let's move a little more. Raisi, right? Oh, no more questions coming up. Okay. Mohan, decide once a stakeholder has decided what he stands for. Okay. Okay. There are some more questions coming up. If I missed out, do you anyone want to speak up, Darshan? Did I answer you?
Hi, Shriram. Sorry, no, actually, probably the way I wrote was wrong. See, my question was, if somebody from a team is trying to lead the project, but actually he should be supportive. His desired position is supportive, but he is currently trying to lead the project. Can situations like that come up, and how do we tackle such situations?
I don't think this is not on the position, right? This is on the outcome of the project. This is not by senior manager, junior manager. I don't think you have to go by that. This is about the project information, project work, project outcome. So when you use the word supposed to be, I think we are trying to restrict someone who has a knowledge, who want to perform, but you're trying to restrict him in the box, telling that, no, you can't do that. I don't personally prefer this right way. Here, the ask is about what is their contribution for the execution and support of the project. If you see here, somebody is neutral, aware of the project, but neither supportive or unsupportive. Here, if you see aware of the project, impact outcomes, you can see the outcomes. So I don't think you have to stop them. If somebody says, I want to be a leading person, yes, you can let them open the doors, let them do it. That's why the growth happens in the team or organization. Yeah, hope it's better for you.
I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah. On the role basis, if you're worried, we'll go here. Raisi. This is one I think many of you said, I am aware of it, right? RACI. Because when I asked about the assessment matrix, many were talking about RACI. So RACI, what you saw there in assessment matrix so far, bigger bubble. Did I say two bubbles? Bigger bubble, inner bubble. So bigger bubble talks more about all set of people in the project. Inner, outer, all will come in. When it comes to core set of people whom we are going to work on a day-to-day basis, the core engineers or core people, set of people, that goes into RACI. Now, what is RACI? Is it only RACI or we have other naming also? There is one more naming, is that support team. Have you heard about RASCI? RASIC, RACI. They use the word support also comes inside. Okay, let's go inside. We'll see some factors about RACI. RACI is a very famous matrix. This matrix helps us to say that who is doing what. A common type of responsibility assignment matrix, they call us a RAM. Responsibility assignment. Now comes the question for, is it Darshan? Yeah, Darshan was asking, right? So now comes the role-based or some key people who has to do what. I'll play a short video also. Before that, RACI stands like this. Someone is responsible, accountable, consulted, informed, or S stands for support. For some of us who not worked in this kind of chart, every word looks same. If you look at all the word, responsible, accountable looks same. Do anyone feel that responsible, accountable are same? And there should be some people here who feel, oh yeah, looks same, man. Both are same. I don't see a big change. If you feel like that, there is a difference between that. Before I say what difference it is, let us look at the chart here. There are some names given. John, Chris, Sally, names are given here. Some set of task is given here. For example, there is a task of team budget. Somebody has to create the budget. Now, for budget creation, 4 people are here going to work on the budget. Budgeting means not one person will work. A bunch of people will work for a bigger project. When they say bunch of people are working, John has C, whereas Chris has A, Sally and other person has R. Okay. Now, the message here is A stands for accountable. Accountable is a little above. You are accountable for the outcome of it. A responsibility goes by doing it. These people are responsible to do it. The example could be like to keep the city clean. Who is accountable? To keep the city or the place where you're living clean, on the roads and the common places, who is accountable? You will tell accountability goes to the municipality, isn't it? Accountability goes to municipality. Who is accountable? Your head of group, they are accountable. Responsibility goes to whom? Responsibility goes to every citizen. If you understand this term, I believe you got the difference between accountable and responsible. Do you? Accountable is someone is taking charge of making sure it is as it is, isn't it? The accountability. Your municipality, panchayat, the corporation, they are accountable of making things better. And when you go for responsibility, I am as a citizen responsible to keep the place clean. If you got this point, now if you go to the project, in the project, you will have people who are responsible, involved in the work and do things. Accountable could be somebody who has more better information, also who take charge of communicating to senior management, finding the goals, all the factors. Then what is consultant? Consultant could be maybe an SME, maybe a core engineer. We have to talk to them, get some information. Now it differs project to project, but here the general idea here is by doing this, what is happening is we are trying to segregate who can help where, but nothing restricted here. I think Darshan was questioning, somebody was doing this role, can they do other role? Yeah, they can, if they're capable of doing it. But too much of jumping also is a trouble, because you don't want to step into other person's shoes and trouble them. That's the reason we segregated by the knowledge, capability. We learned just now T-shape size. T-shape means you start getting other factors on a need basis. So this is just to avoid unwanted confusions and people start focusing on it. Usually when the contract getting signed between two companies, company A will send them a RACI matrix. Company B will share their RACI matrix. They work out both and we will come to know whom we have to reach out on a need basis from company A. Company A come to know that company B whom we have to reach out. This will clarify unwanted things. If not, I will show, hey, can you please talk to table, the first table, second table, third table. We don't know whom to talk. So it will start deviating. That's the reason to do this. This will also reduce the conflict. We get a lot of conflicts in project management. Conflicts is one of the biggest reason of project failures. To avoid that, these things are prepared. Now, let me ask the question. Do you or have you done RACI? You have seen it. That's a different story. Have you prepared RACI? Have you done a RACI? Okay. I first saw a yes from Vishal. Vishal, let me listen from you. How do you prepare RACI? From where you take the information of people before you prepare your RACI?
Hope I'm
Yes.
audible. Yeah. So
Yes, you're
generally,
audible
let's say if I'm completely unaware of the project, I will reach out to the key team members who are formed in the project, and then we discuss amongst them, amongst the core team member, essentially, if we have to choose a particular person in that particular manufacturing location who will be responsible for executing this task, and then perhaps his manager should be informed. So one person is, let's say if I have to run a trial, that particular person will be accountable for running that trial in that particular location, and his manager, because the factory belongs to him, he would be informed. So in the matrix which will make, let's say, generally we do it by preparing Gantt charts, and so with particular action, so the manager would be informed, and the person working on the actual task would be the one who would be accountable to do that particular work.
Got you. Appreciate the inputs. Let me listen from one more person. Frank, you want to say something? How do you prepare RACI? Okay. If Frank is not ready, I see some other pair. Ramya, do you want to comment something? How do you prepare?
Yeah, Shriram. So, I work in a mobile development environment. Okay. So we do have clients who hold the accounts like Google Play Store account and App Store account, and they give us certain access to deploy the apps into the store. So during that time, I prepared some activities like providing the certificates to us, and who is accountable for giving permissions to app go live. So who is responsible and who is accountable for app to prepare it as a bug-free app, and who is responsible if something goes wrong, if app gets rejected or what. So these kind of things.
Yeah, thanks, Ramya. Let me put something like this. You are an X company,
yeah,
and you are going to publish a mobile application which goes to the public.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we are actually the owners of the application, like developers of the application, and Y is our client.
Okay, very good. Now you create a RACI. In this, you are putting who is accountable for this, who is responsible for this, whom you can consult for this. This you're doing it when it want to go to the public.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
This is while taking to public. While doing the work, developing that mobile application which you developed, there also they had this kind of RACI. They did it.
No. So it comes only after the completion of the application.
Okay. For you, it is after that. Very good.
Yes.
Nice to know.
It is like that.
Thanks, Ramya. Anyone else want to share how you did RACI?
Yeah, this is
Hi, Shriram, Mahesh here.
Yeah, Mahesh.
Yeah.
Basically,
I come from an automobile background. So we have our end OEMs. So basically, when it comes to calibration, I'm talking about a commercial vehicle. So we basically give the fuel injection equipment to them, and we are the suppliers, and they are the engine manufacturers. So before we start a project, so we do this RACIC. So based on the RACIC, before.
I'm sorry. I'm just holding you here. What Ramya said is the project is about to go to the customer. There is a preparation. So RACI happened there. That's a good way of giving. Thanks, Ramya, for that. Now we are listening before it starts. Yes, please go ahead. Before it starts, how do you get all the details?
Yeah, so before we start a project, so we have a kickoff meeting, and we make this RACIC. So we have a list of activities which has to be done. So before the product is released. So we have all the stakeholders here from the OEM, from our side, and internal stakeholders. So there are a set of activities. So we discuss in this forum saying that who is responsible for what. So what is our responsibility? What is end customer responsibility? So this is how we prepare. And as per this, we also prepare a quotation as well as the other activities, a time plan for this.
Thanks, Mahesh. One question to ask you before I go to Pran Krishna. Question here is, you mentioned while you kick off, you do this, right? Yeah. This sheet is for your company, your set of inner bubble, right? Now, your client, they will give one RACI. Do you merge it, or that's a different? How do you do it?
We merge it.
Merge it. Okay, thanks for. Why I'm asking these questions is I have people here who have not seen RACI, who have not used, who have not created. So when someone says a real example, they may connect better there. Okay, let's go to Krishna. Krishna, you want to say something there?
Yeah, almost things are covered, sir, right? But still I want to add here. For projects, yes, we can design RCI matrix where we can keep responsibility, accountability, and informed, you can say, and consulted, all those options over there. But still I want to add here more on, this is only for the role and responsibility of employee during the project. We are going to clarify how things will get moved, right, from one point to another point, or you can say beginning to end, right? So who will be a responsible person for that task, or you can say a person who will be accountable for that task or job, in the same way you're going to loop, where you're going to inform, where you're going to take the input, right? So within institution, you are going to merge with customer during the delivery model, right? So that is going to cover entire scope, right? So it's as per my understanding, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but still. So these are the possibility over there where we are going to cover.
It is up to the company on the contract which we sign. See, books are saying that if we do this, the conflict of responsibility goes down. One of the reason project fails is responsibility misunderstanding, responsibility conflict. Anyone in this room want to say, yes, I have seen this kind of responsibility conflicts at a decision making. That too, when you work with the multiple companies, we get into this trouble. This is a hard learned lesson by many companies, many domains. When we don't have this kind of information clearly, X person, Y person, who is responsible, who is accountable, they assume she will switch off the gas cylinder. My mom will assume I will switch off the gas cylinder. But none of them did it. We were in the car, want to travel to different city. After traveling 100 kilometers, my mom questioned, did you switch off the cylinder? I will ask, I thought you will do. My mom will tell, no, I thought you will do. If this is the case, again, I have to go back 100 kilometers and switch off the cylinder, or something can go wrong. Now, if accountability is very clear, responsibility is very clear, high chances we reduce the conflict. But there is no hard rule. This is how you have to do. It is up to your contract and another company's contract. What all you want to add into this? This is a guidelines how to do, right? Now, let me listen. Anyone else to want to share something about RACI before I play the video?
Yeah, hi, this is Joachim. I just wanted to share as well.
Sure.
So we are in kind of a requirement and development kind of work where we are kind of migrating clients from like old platform to new platform. Some of the races are kind of predefined by work streams in the sense like the one who is accountable is usually a team lead or a or a manager of
who can take a
development.
decision.
Yeah. So he defines like who is actually responsible for the work within his team. The person who's actually doing the work is the responsible one. Accountable one is his lead. Consulting one is like who is a SME, where like when you need an answer to something, right? They reach out to the consultant. And informed are usually the managers and like someone who just needs to know how everything is progressing.
Got you. Thanks for that. Now let me ask the question to the every team member here. So now we have something called a waterfall and we have something called Agile, which is on the predictive model and adaptive model. Do you think this RACI, you can tell this is needed only for predictive, not for adaptive? Will we say something like this? Or this RACI can be helpful to any model or project? What is your thought?
To both.
to both. And even in my situation, like we sometimes there are some gray areas where we discuss like who could be the like the right person to do the work, and accordingly that manager becomes accountable.
Right, got you. Perfect. Now, why I ask this question is at least last 10-20 years we are talking Agile want to totally step away from the construction and manufacturing model. The construction manufacturing model is well planned, know everyone clearly, then start the work. As the work moves, keep a watch on all the people. This is how we did. And this Agile industry from 1970s, in fact, Agile is from 1950, we started more, 1980, 90 picked up, 2000 heavily picked up. 20 years we thought that. But if you read last 3-4 years, a lot of Agile books, they are getting back into more of people understanding, because without you don't understand these factors, only using Scrum, only using Agile, you cannot succeed. You need other factors also. Now, all these books started opening the chapter again. Okay, yeah, we agree we have to work in an Agile way, but that doesn't mean that we avoid all these factors which we learned hard way from First World War, Second World War till now. So let's go for it. So if somebody here working in Agile concepts in the industry, don't take it. These are the old books. It's not needed. Now it's also coming back. So RACI, what I feel is it's above all to understand people, but maybe the intensity will reduce when you work in Agile way. I'll tell why it is a later point, because we don't do a lengthy plan. If you don't do a lengthy plan, you no need to have all the people. When you go to predictive way, you plan a long-term plans. When you have a long-term plans, I'm sure you should know more number of people involving in the system. We'll talk more as I go to Agile segment. But for now, RACI is very important. Shriram, is it very complicated? I will say no. It's very simple. As someone rightly said in the kickoff meeting, I come to know who all going to participate. I think it is, if I'm not wrong, Ramya. She was saying that we come to know who has to be accountable when I release it, who has to be responsible to asset. Your team knows who is responsible. So there is nothing wrong here to tell this person will do this activity in the sense of exposing to the customer. Yeah, you have to expose. Then when your customer knows from your side who are going to be responsible. Ideally, we are shaking hands by knowing right people. I gave a clue. The intention of RACI is to reduce the responsibility clash, reduce the conflict of stepping into other shoes. So that's where we're trying to resolve it. Okay. Now we'll play a video. This video explains RACI, what it means. Let's watch it. Please mute yourself to avoid background. What I do is I will quickly play this video. Here we go.
A RACI matrix is a simple, effective way to define and document project roles and responsibilities. Using one will significantly improve your chances of project success. The acronym RACI stands for the 4 roles that stakeholders might play in any project. The people who do the work are responsible. This includes anyone who must complete a task or make a decision. Several people can be jointly responsible. The person who must sign off or approve when the task, objective, or decision is complete is accountable. Only one person can be accountable, which means that the buck stops there. Anyone who needs to give input before the work can be done and signed off on is consulted. These are active participants who are in the loop. Anyone who needs upgrades on progress or decisions is informed. These are people who don't need to be formally consulted, nor do they contribute directly to the task or decision. To create a RACI matrix, you first identify all the tasks involved in delivering the project and list them on the left-hand side of the chart in the order they need to be completed. Next, identify all the project stakeholders and list them along the top of the chart. Then fill in the cells of the model, identifying who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. The final step in creating your RACI matrix is to share it with your stakeholders, resolve any conflicts or ambiguities, and get agreement. For each stakeholder, ask these 3 questions. Does one stakeholder have too much of the project assigned to them? Does the stakeholder need to be involved in so many of the activities? Can responsible be changed to consulted, or consulted changed to informed? Does each stakeholder totally agree with the role that they are specified to play? When such agreement is achieved, that should be included in the project's charter and documentation. For each task, look at these 7 red flags. At least one person needs to be doing the work in each step. Having too many people doing the work for each step can slow progress. There must be one person accountable for every step of the project. The buck stops with this person. Having multiple people accountable for a step invites slow and contentious decision-making. Look carefully. Do all the stakeholders involved in each step really need to be involved? Are there justifiable benefits for involving them? Too many C's really slows down a project. Do all stakeholders need to be routinely consulted, or can they be kept informed? Determining whether all stakeholders are included can be challenging because it is an error of omission. This is often best addressed by a steering committee or management team. Taking the time to do this analysis delivers the real benefit of the RACI model. It will expose problems with the structure of the project management process before they derail your project.
All right. Does it align with the people who've spoken up here today? Do you feel this is what more or less you're touching? I know I don't want to go so bookish here to tell, hey, this is how it is, but you can modify, alter it. But do you see more or less is going there? But do you see the word yes can come here? So support also part of RACI. You talk about who can support the process as you move forward. Yeah. All right. If someone of you not doing this, no force. If your company is performing without this, some work really well, good. But go back on Monday, understand what made them to do it very effectively. Yeah, that way at least you know, if they don't have a RACI, how do they handle this role or a responsibility conflict? That could be a great lesson which we can learn, isn't it? Yeah. All right. I think we had discussion. Probably we'll move to furthermore. By the way, when I stop a question like this, it means I'm giving a little pause to breathe for yourself to ask some question. Let me see if you have any questions. If not, I'll keep continuing as I have more content. There is one question from Arun. At what stage of a project will be RACI matrix? I think we saw 2 places, right? One we heard about as a kickoff. Mostly, majority of the time, while you start the project, you should have it, because end of the project, no point in doing, right? So you should know better there. What we heard from Ramya is her delivery itself is a project. Deliver it effectively, where she has to put something on, who has to take accountability. If not, mostly you hear it in the beginning stage so that we collaborate very well, who can talk to each other. Yeah, hope that helps you. All right, that's good. Let's keep moving forward. Communication. Communication has such as a very interesting chapter, but this doesn't come everything in this segment. I have another place to explain about communication. Comes in lesson number 4. I have a little information on communication here before I move forward. Okay, one more question from Satya. If new people are joining team, the RACI will be updated. What if we don't update it? I'll answer it, but before that, what if we don't update it? Answer from everyone. Will it create a trouble? Yes or no?
Yes, it will.
I think it is yes. It will create trouble.
Not
yes, it will create, but also depends on the person who joins. If it's a junior person, and this person may not need to be a more responsible to take a job on that level. He can be part of the team member. So chances are you may not need to add this person. You will not add every team member in RACI. First, you agree with me on this? In RACI, your whole office will not be there.
Yes.
Only some people will be there. In this, some people, the person whom you recruited, who came in, has that role. Imagine a junior project manager, junior an SME is being recruited in a company. Then you have to add it. That too, this person should get some knowledge about the system, because when you say RACI, your client will call them directly. A new member joined in, it takes at least 2 to 3 months to settle down, isn't it? Before that, if you put in the list, this person, every time you ask him, he or she will tell, please wait, I'll check with him and come back. That doesn't work well. So before putting in RACI, you will make sure this person is capable. Now you let me know, there is something called assessment matrix, current desired. Does it make some sense? Does it make some sense? Before that, we have power, influence, power, interest, salience model. Does it make some sense? So when you have set of people around you and the team, you keep seeing where they stand. So by grouping it, chances are you will know whom you have to help. So I answered the question, RACI can be updated when a new member comes in, but provided that person should be capable of being in the list to handle things. It is not about the qualification or the role level. It is about, is this person capable of taking charge of, responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed, or support something. If he or she is capable, sure, they can be there. Hope I answered you. Hemant, I think I answered you as well. Same question. Okay, let us get to the communication. The moment I say communication, let me ask this question, because I'm going to talk this again in chapter 4. It will take 3-4 weeks to meet again on this topic. How important in a project communication management is? How important?
Plays a crucial role.
We saw other day, I showed you some components. I saw 2 wheels I showed you, isn't it? For that vehicle, I showed you 2 wheels. You may have a Ferrari engine. Without a wheel, the engine doesn't make sense. I'm talking about the cars. Shriram, I'm using boat. I'm not talking about the cars. In the cars, without tires, engine doesn't make any value at all. The reason is the tires, which is going to be of a communication stakeholder, makes it rolling. So communication is very vital. One thing I said, when the responsibility mismatch, roles mismatch, not properly understanding and having a conflicts, reduce the project success ratio. If that is one point, another point is communication gap reduce the project success. Will you say yes for this? If you observed in your personal life somewhere, yes, communication gap reduce the project success.
Yes.
Here we are not talking communication gap because of a language. Surprisingly, whom we are talking about, all these people are highly qualified. These are the people have 2-3 degree qualifications, come from big universities, all learning happened. But these are the people lag in communication. For this also, I feel some of you will shake the head. Yeah, true, isn't it? We are not talking about somebody illiterate here. We are talking about a highly literate people whom call themselves as a director of the company, CEO of the company, project manager of the company, junior resource of the company, highly qualified, but communication gap. When you are highly qualified, you know how to say, how to communicate very effectively. Still, if you fail, that's a problem, isn't it? We'll talk more on lesson number 4 when I come there. But for now, understand communication is very crucial. It is one other parameter. When we say 75% of projects are succeeding, 25 are failing, it's one other parameter. Okay. Now, even though I want to talk more, I love the communication chapter. Let's first take a little information about it. One thing we do related to stakeholder management on communication is finding out the number of people, and based on the number of people, channels of communication. Shriram, what is a channel? From school days or some reason, when you listen to the word channel, our brain will think multiple tracks. We don't need to think multiple tracks. Here, the channel of communication means more the number of people, more the permutation and combination of communication going to happen between each other. Okay. So if you watch out here, if you see here, this formula is used to calculate the number of communication channel. Okay, there is a formula, n into n minus 1 by 1. It's a communication. It will give an indication how complex a project communication is. You are trying to understand in a project, the more the number of people, the complexity of conveying a message is getting higher, because each one with a different role, different level of knowledge, different awareness, supportive, leading, current, desired, their interpretation of information will vary. So what is the meaning here? The meaning here is when you have more number of people, the more chances are communication get diluted. So you'll be a little careful on watching out how this is proportionate. This is why in Agile, when they form a team, they don't form more than 10 or 11 people. That's how team size will be there. But that's not the case every place. If I do a IT corridor construction, I cannot tell 10 people will work. 300 people will work in one project. 800 people work in one project. Anyone here working in a major project? 600, 400, 1,000 people in one project. People will be there. So obviously, your communication will be very high. You cannot expect this. And also, when you go for a construction industry specifically, different level of communication. Some will talk one language, some will talk other language. Some don't use internet, some don't use writing habits. So a lot of factors are there. Let us go that in a communication chapter. But here you have to understand the channel of communication tells of the complexity, for which there is a formula. Once upon a time in PMP exam, we get this formula questions. Now PMI totally removed all mathematics. I'll repeat again, because in this room, somebody is going to ask me again, do we get math in the exam? Answer to you all, no math question in exam. But Shriram, in Rita book, I see lot. You see lot in the book, read it, forget it. What to do? Read it, forget it for exam, remember it for life. Because there is a calculation given for communication, calculation given for cost management, calculation given for some project success ratio and procurement, lot are there, but not even one coming these days. They totally removed it. The reason is exams are taken from home as well with the laptop. When it give a max exam, they have to give them paper and pen to write. So there are a lot of complications. So PMI don't want to introduce it. So for now, information is no math. So, but Shriram, then still you will take class? Yes, for my satisfaction. Whenever the formula comes, I'll explain you, but I will not try to drill you much. I'll stop there because it's not part of exam. Okay. Some of you are very good in math. You will feel very bad. Shikes, man. Anyone here? Somebody so good in math. I'm missing it. Okay. Good math people will miss it. Our last benchers, huh? Our guys always superb. Yeah, that's rocking. Huh? You feel that. All right. First, let's understand this formula. N into n minus 1 by 2. How this formula works. Now, when you say number of people, when two members in a room, the channel of communication is going to be 1 by the formula n into n minus 1 by 2. Can you please write down the formula? Because I'm going to give you a question right now. Shriram, you said no question in the exam. No question in the exam, but I will give you a question. Okay. So write down the formula n into n minus 1 by 2. When 3 people in a room, when you apply this formula, it becomes 3 channels of communication within them. When there are 4 people in a room, channel becomes 6 channels of communication. Repeating again, here we are not going to find a channel and create an Airtel Geo network or some internet network here. It is about complexity, to show the complexity of communication. Now, to understand this better, I have a question for you. Now read this question. Read this question carefully. Apply the formula. Give me the answer.
15.
Somebody can show me the calculation also. Write down the calculation, what you did there. What is the n value, what you did there. 15 into 15 minus 1 by 105. Okay. I think everyone agree to the same. Yeah. What if they don't give it as including manager? What will happen? Which means you have to add it and make it as a 16 as a n value. In exam, not now, exam, they used to ask question. They won't tell, they'll give a manager as a separate guy. So you have to tell 15 people and then plus manager will add it as a communication. Just this is a trick of asking question. On the same track, I have another question. This question, little tricky. Read carefully.
You are working at a major conglomerate. You have a 24%.
You can read in mind voice. You're reading loud, Ramya.
No, not me.
I can see answers in the YouTube. Appreciate it. Mohammed Siddiq, Manigandan, Aliazet. Nice to know. Appreciate your commitment there. Answers are coming up. Ram gives 276. Karnio gives 136. 66. 153. I think I got almost all the answers, isn't it? All answers are here. Which one to go? It's 171. 66. Oh my God. A lot of answers, yeah. I don't know which one to go right now. Please give a justification when you write the answer. Give the calculation. What do you mean by that? 406. Jasper says 406. Okay. All answers we got it. Nice to know. Very good. Can we choose all the answers? All of the above. I'll do one thing like this. I'll put all of the above.
66.
PMI give you 4 marks for this. When you give all. No. Okay. So we'll start the answer question here. You are working at a bigger organization. You have 24%. You have 24% team working for you. Very good. On a project with the 5 major sponsors. Okay. Working for you. Okay. 24. Okay. Up to this. Now, the company announces layoffs and your team reduced by half of its size. How many lines of communication on your new or smaller teams? Now, I have to find the n value. How to find the n value? I have one number called 24 here. Shall I consider working for you as one number here? Shall I? Okay. How many of you missed this one? Do anyone miss this?
No.
You didn't read that part. You skipped it. Maybe you didn't watch it out carefully. On a project with the 5 major sponsors, 5 people. So totally how many? What is the n number?
30.
30. But this is not the calculation. The company announces layoffs, like what a tutor is doing right now. And your team is reduced to half. This is divided by 2. These guys are as it is. So it became 12 plus 1 plus 5. How much it is now? 18. So now, how many lines of communication are on your new small team? Okay. So now the team has been reduced to 30 into 18. Do anyone got this number? Most of you who got 153 should got this number.
Yeah.
If you didn't get one, I mean, from 30 you didn't get 18. Where you would have missed it? What would have made you to go wrong in this question? Anyone slipped somewhere? Like you slipped down half, you slipped here. You is not considered. Oh, okay. There, I think, right? I think this will...
5 major sponsors will not be working as a team. So,
okay. You mean
adding
that...
those 5 sponsors, 5 major sponsors.
See, so what we are trying to...
24 is a team, and out of the layouts, 12 members will be there because of the half reduce. So 12 plus 1, 13.
So you want to remove these guys out?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say how many lines of communication on your new or smaller team, so you are a project manager. When we say a team consists of every team member. You don't want to discriminate and remove sponsors. Doesn't mean they're going to be out of your company. They are part of your team. Team is different. Core engineers, the people who work on some factors, like in software we call development team or execution team, that's different. But when you say team, it's a group, right? If you say cricket team, it's not only 12 people that travel to Australia. A team of 45 people would have traveled, including the physician, including the physiotherapist, all would have traveled. But the core execution team will be only 11 people on the day of the match, isn't it?
Yes.
So when I say team, it is all. I know it's a little tricky here. Usually our brain thinks when I say team, only that 5-6 people who works on
yes,
that.
that's where I held up.
That's it. So sometimes they mention specifically execution.
Last statement, yes.
Yeah, that's where the point. All right, the answer goes B. Some of it went a little wrong here. Maybe you can watch out. Don't worry. This kind of questions don't come in exam, but still just want to tell you that for your office purpose, you can use it. You can go back to your office and check how much of communication is happening. All right, let's go a little more. Other question. I have some more questions to see how you observed. Knowledge that is difficult to express. What kind of knowledge is difficult? Explicit knowledge, you can give it to anyone. Nice. First, use the elimination technique. In such kind of questions, it's a straightforward answer. But one knowledge is called a tacit knowledge. What is a tacit knowledge? If somebody is not aware of it, refers to knowledge that is difficult to express, such as insights, experience, belief. You may see some business successful people in your family itself, your uncle or someone. When you go and ask them how you do this, they may explain something. Beyond that, they will tell God has given. Okay, could be. At the same time, some certain things could not be explained. It is their way of doing things. It's hard. If you go and ask some great football players like Cristiano Ronaldo, how you do, he mentions, I practice. Of course, many people practice, but when he is able to perform, it's his gut feel. This is a position I have to jump and hit the ball. It's a gut feel. How you do that? That's their belief, their experience. It's pretty hard. This is why we do shadowing with some good resources when they work. So you learn through that. Knowledge sharing, it's not only documenting. Knowledge sharing could be of working with the people to get those information. It may help, but you can't exactly take everything, but you can take some info. Good question answering there. I have some question on the Agile, slight Agile thought. Let's see if anyone knows about it. A little tough question. Give it a try. One hint I'll give you. In Agile, the word value is highly appreciated.
C.
Two answers you have to choose.
B and C.
Okay. First thing, we'll use a elimination technique. When you read the question here, I know some of you, before you complete reading the question, you started seeing answers floating in. Do anyone felt that? Hey, I'm yet to read the question, man. Meantime, these guys are typing the answers. Some are good fast readers, some go normal. Don't worry about it. You maintain your way of answering. Don't worry about it. This is all just a sample knowledge question. Okay, so don't worry about it. Let's go on by one. Let's go here. One of the core tenets highlighted by Agile approaches is the value of a flow versus focusing on how people are utilized. Value and how people are utilized. Which of the following reflect benefits of optimizing the flow to attain value? Flow is not new here. Flow is there for a long time. In Toyota, you all know Toyota manufacturing in Japan. They're talking flow management for a long time. Flow means something keep going without having a disturbance. For this, Toyota brought in built-in quality. Quality will be part of the product, so you need to stop anywhere. It will keep on flowing in. I'm talking this from 1945, then it picked up heavily. Now, if you see this in Agile, scaled Agile. Have anyone heard about scaled Agile? There is a framework for Agile. Have you heard about it? Okay, if not, I'll give some hint of it in the class. There is something emerging, which is really coming up well, called scaled Agile. So we talk more about how to give value to the customer. A few minutes or an hour back, I explained about result is different, value is different. Result can be plus or minus, but value is giving something useful to the customer. Now let's go to the answer. The answer, top performers stand out. Can we eliminate this answer? It doesn't match with the question itself. Top performers stand out. Can I eliminate it? One. Okay. Any other answer you want to eliminate? Any other answer you think you eliminate, or all are tough? Looks tough.
B.
B to be eliminated. Team waste less time. Okay. B to be eliminated. I'm hearing B to be eliminated. Okay, let's see. There are two answers to choose. Now they're asking what is the best things in Agile way. Let's see the C from bottom. Team produces value more quickly. Whenever you see the word Agile, you have to watch this something called quick, early. These are the hint of Agile. If you see the word early, that's also Agile favorite words. Early, quickly, value. These all fall under Agile category. How early you can go to the market. Now the competition is between, okay, you C, imagine we're choosing the C. Now you have to choose one more answer. I will not give it all the credit to the answer A, because team produces faster results. Okay. There is a difference between result and value. Okay. I gave a clue. Results can be plus or minus. Results can be failure or successful, but value is always high added.
So B.
Now the question is asking about which of the following reflects benefit of optimizing. Benefit of optimization. What is optimization? What is optimization?
Less wastage.
Reduction of wastage. Improving something. Now, one answer if you choose is, where is the optimization discussed here? Now, why I'm asking this way is, actual answer goes to B. Some of us may not notice it. Teams waste lesser time, which means they don't have too much of waiting time. I know it's a new topic for some of you. Have you all drawing a picture where it has a lean, agile, Kanban? Have you seen those things? I asked request to draw is, it's not only for drawing. When you draw 5-6 days, 7th day your brain will think, what is lean? You'll Google and read lean. When you Google and read lean, one thing you will read predominantly on the top list is lean means reduction of unwanted or waste of time. Lean management reduces unwanted process. Lean management reduces unwanted features. Lean management reduces bugs. So point is, you waste lesser time to go early. That is called optimizing. And when you optimize, what you see in Agile, you get the value out of it. Results can be plus or minus, whereas the value is something useful to the customer. But how do you know this? This is what you're going to learn in Agile. You regularly take a feedback from the customer. Customer says, yes, it's useful for me. That's a value addition. Let me not explain all the concepts in the one question itself, but make you to think in exam point of view. When they give a word like this, that too they have a word Agile, be little watchful. They may be looking from you something called value. If you have a paper, write it down. Value, quicker, early delivery. And they look for the people decision making, not manager decision making. This is the mindset expected in the exam hall. In the exam hall, they look from you. If you are a manager, you don't force your team. Team decides what to do. You will only empower your team, encourage your team. This is the way it works. Anyone here chosen B and C already as answer? Before I say something, you've chosen the B and C? Okay, if somebody chose B and C, what made you to think this? It's a random thought, or you had some thoughts in this? Let me listen to you if you have.
Chosen while you are explaining.
You chosen value more than this. Why you didn't think about results could be better? Because we have a faster word here. Not only you, anyone went to the B and C, many went to the A. They say reason is a result is there. Yeah.
Faster result could be a negative or a positive results.
You beginning of the question, you gave us a hint like Agile give emphasis on value. So that made me think C, and optimization, so option B.
I think the key word is optimization. Nice. Nice. Because many would have tempted by this word. Okay, Shriram, you're faster, quick, I'm giving something. But rightly somebody put in the chat here, you can give quickly, but it may be plus or minus. Whereas value is different than result. This is what industry is talking for Agile. Result is different, value is different. So if you see that thin line, you start understanding the concepts. All right, good. Good.
Sriram, I had a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Results, even if it is positive or negative, in Agile, you always go back and change and then go back with the right one. So when you give something and you know that's not right, you have a chance to go back and correct it and then give the one that is required. So that is why I thought A. So that's where I went.
Oh, okay. So I think that is what achieved here. Straight away, what you want, what you're explaining here is what achieved here in this answer, isn't it?
Yes, true.
So that's what they achieved. When you say results could be negative, I can change it. I'm giving something, my customer is not happy, I can change it. That option is there. So imagine you go to the hotel bearer gives me something to eat quickly.
Okay.
It's there on the table, but the taste is not good. Salt or sugar is missed out. They can check it, fix it, come back and give it again. Now it adds more value. So the person having the food, have the taste, enjoy the food, it's a value addition. Okay. How quick you deliver is not important. Is it adding value is important. That's what they're looking at. I think you justified it. Good. Okay. All right, Halias. I'm seeing that your message in the YouTube. Good there. I have another question.
Shriram would like to go on the previous question.
Okay, just hold on. People are answering this. All right. I believe everyone read the question. I'm seeing three answers, A, B, C. We'll talk about this and come back to the previous question. Somebody asked it. I'll come back. What is the question here? The project manager is facilitating, organizing something, an exercise with the team by asking questions about the product and forming answers, asking questions, getting answers to describe the use, characteristics, and other relevant aspects of what to be delivered, which means the project not yet started, project going to start, or maybe started. We are collecting the details. In what activity the team is involved, not the manager. I would have given this clue on the first day of the class. First, you have to read whom this question is targeting. Second, what is the tense of the question? Is it happened, happening, going to happen? When you know who is targeted, what is the tense of the question, more or less you'll be very close. Once you get very close to that, now go to the answer, eliminate two answers. Now I'll ask this team here, which one answer you want to eliminate? Totally not matching here. Which one you want to eliminate?
C.
C and D.
Okay. In elimination itself, I have confusion now. People saying D, C, A. Okay, I'm not going to eliminate because we are not clear here. Let me park it, that idea. I had an idea to ask the eliminate, then I go back to next, but look like confusion still exists here. Then we'll go this way, other way. Other way is answers. I saw people giving A as an answer. Now, let me hear from the people who gave A. Why you thought A could be an answer in this question? What activity team is involved? The team, when they sit and doing something, your answer says a data analysis. What it mean by A? Please help out.
Shriram, here, why I choose the data analysis means initially it's already clearly mentioned as exercise, which is not project started. It's just a proposal stage. That product, what is going to be
we are not having the clear idea. So that sources, resources, everything, characteristics and relevant aspects, everything is going to be a data analysis, which is consistent how we can move for the product analysis. That's my view.
So I'm heard two things from you. Project not started.
Yes.
Maybe it could be started also. Maybe we are in the second stage, first stage, third stage of the project also. But maybe.
As I
don't
feel is mentioned as a facilitation and exercise, right? Exercise is not going to be a project started after project started. Once project started,
right.
exercise.
I go by your word, not started. But from where you get this data? What data it is?
Means project is already not started, means some data is already provided by the customer, right? So in this case, the data analysis, we feel that initial whatever we are getting that data, that is, I feel that we are going to analyze the data, then we can go for the product analysis.
We are talking about usage of the product, character of the product. For this, do you think data is very important?
Obviously.
Really? Okay.
Yes. The question itself is very confusing.
It cannot be data analysis because there is no data here. We are eliciting something, so there is no data to analyze. From the project members, we are
so first, what is a data? What is a data? Data means what?
Statistics.
Some information that you already have on table, and then you analyze
about
it.
the product.
It is
Some
more
information.
like it is more like building a product. Is trying to tell something more about characteristics, something more.
Okay. So I heard about A. A is a good argument. I heard about it. Very good. We'll park it there. We'll go to B. People who said B. Why you thought it's a product analysis happening?
Because it's clearly saying that it is an exercise to ask the questions about the product. So it's a product analysis wherein the team is already involved. The product is already ready. So it is about. I mean, it's this thing has moved beyond the initiation of the project.
Shriram, I think I have this idea of DMAC where we have the first phase of, I don't know if it's correctly being related, but in DMAC we have the first phase of definition, and while we are defining something, we need to get to see what the product is. So that's why, I'm just trying to relate if it is somehow related to the DMAC thing where we have, when we define it, it's the first step, analysis comes later, So is it something?
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is it, Aruna? Before this explained?
Yes,
Aruna.
Yes, sure.
So Aruna, what I'm hearing from you is a manager, X person. There is a facilitation. Yes. Facilitation means organizing something. Team is sitting and talking. There could be some SMEs. There could be some people from the customer front, business side, come over to a place. They're sitting and talking about the characteristics. Yes. Imagine a mobile. A mobile has certain characteristics. I want a printer machine, characteristics. Coffee maker, characteristics. Software, characteristics. Medical equipment, characteristics. So now they're talking what are the use, what are the characteristics, and other relevant aspects of what will be delivered. Isn't it? The very important is what will be delivered.
What will be delivered.
Somebody is explaining what he or she is expecting out of this coffee machine, out of this printer, out of this software, out of this medical equipment, something there. Discussion is going on. Very good. I got your point, Aruna. 2. Let's go to third one. C. Somebody said C. Alternative.
Hi, Sridham, this is Satish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Suppose if the product already, it is existing product already is there in market, we can check the literature or the available information. We can discuss the analysis. Like it can be done.
It can be done, but the question is what a team is doing now. They are giving a picture to you. They got a photograph. They showed a photograph. From the photograph, they're asking what they are doing. You are telling they can do. That's not the answer. Ask question is what they are doing in that room right now. If you imagine there is a picture, people are talking. Your question is what they are doing there. Present tense, past tense, future tense. So what is, do you think alternative and discussion happening there? That's what the question says.
They are attending the meeting.
Shriram, only one confusion will be there. What will be delivered? If we have missed this out,
we will be considering as an alternative. Otherwise, we can consider it as product analysis.
Okay. Okay. Let's see 3 questions we saw. D. Facilitation. Somebody went to D.
Yeah.
Why D?
Because I think he's looking for a scope clarification in some sorts, right? So he's facilitating all the inputs required for clarifying that. Maybe, I mean, that's what I
thought D. Okay, nice. Thanks for all the inputs. By the way, the answers given here, most of us gave by our own experience. We may not know the international project management terminologies. Can we say yes for this for some of us?
Yes.
Nothing wrong in it.
Yes.
Nothing wrong in it. Yeah,
Yes.
many of us would have guessed out. Okay, nothing wrong in it. This is why we have to read the books. While we read the books, you start understanding terminology. Whatever you all said matches here and there. Nothing wrong here. It may match here and there. Now, what is the answer?
I think B.
Product analysis is happening. This is the international terminology. So first, let's understand the terminologies. Product analysis. Why they call analysis? What is happening here is project manager is facilitating. When someone is facilitating, it means organizing the event and running the show. Facilitating means you will be the facilitator of bringing up a topic and bringing a conversation, making more democratic. Kind of you bring conversation there. A team, no need to do that. Team will be part of it. Straight away, this answer will go away. Because already facilitation is happening. Team is involved in something else, not the facilitate. Team is involved in the work, not on facilitation factor. It's gone. Exercise with the team by asking questions. Asking questions. The question is getting asked here. It means what do you want for lunch? What do you want for dinner? What do you want in a coffee machine? How do you want to see the machine? Questions are asking. When the questions are asking, there is no data produced to discuss here. It's not an analysis of something happened, you take it and do a route. That's not happening here. If there is a problem, bug happened, error happened, or they given a question telling that some benchmarking we are doing, then you bring some information to do analysis of it. Analysis needed when you want to fix a problem or when you want to bring something equivalent to that. There is no hint of it. They're asking question about the product, forming answers, describe what is the use of it, character of it, which will be delivered. What kind of machine you want. So it could be some thought process from a person. A person says, hey, in my company, I'm looking these features. In a mobile, I want this. In a medical equipment, I want this. In a JCB machine, I want this. Kind of, they give information. So it cannot be an analysis to talk about it. So not needed there. This two will straight away go away. Confusion can happen between these two. This confusion can be avoided by saying, when you say alternative, when some person in the room, in this question they're giving, a person comes with different thought process, they call as a value addition or value analysis. They talk about, if I want to do, let us say in flooring, building flooring, instead of using tiles, why don't we use marbles? Or instead of using marbles, why don't we use tiles, which can save some money? You will start talking cost-benefit analysis. When we talk characteristics, they also talk something of, can I do instead of marble, can go for this alternative. If that kind of information is given here, chances are you will think about it. But here, this is an international terminology. When someone sit and talk about what is expected and its characteristics, it's called product analysis. By the way, why I'm repeating this is, if we don't know the terminology, if we have not read the book, many times we go by assumption to answer the question. We may argue that's right because that is how we have grown up in the company. Nothing wrong. But in exam, it won't work. Because in exam, they have a terminology which is based off United States. They say that is what the term for management. Is it wrong or right? We don't know. Nobody there to argue with them because it is derived by them in 1969. And it has been accepted by the industries which are following it. So we have to go and accept it and read it and go with that. Then it works. In my company, it may be different. In your company, it may be different. But when you read a standard that's called project management standards, we have to follow that. This question, more than explaining the concept, what I want to explain you is, you have to read the books carefully. Then only you'll get the terminology, rather what we do in our day-to-day office job. Then you will answer the exam better. Are you with me on this? When I say this, you got the idea?
Well,
yeah.
Yes.
This is the reason we expect you to read the book. So don't worry. If don't think it's wrong, right? You are close. All are close. Only the terminology. So please read it as they say. That's important. All right. I saw one question from previous one. Somebody asking the previous question. Anything on this?
Right, Sriram. So here, I was of mind that before going to the next question, you will erase B from the answer.
I didn't get your question. What is the question?
Actually, I was thinking that before going to the next question, you will erase B from the answer, because as you correctly explained that faster result is not mean that it will provide quality product as well. Same way, if you are wasting less time, that doesn't mean you are producing a quality product. So considering this, I was thinking only C should be the answer and B cannot be the answer over here, just because you are wasting less time. However, it is not ensuring that you are giving a good product as per the requirement.
Yeah, that's a point. I agree on the point. But the message, I think one other member in the team said, the benefit of optimizing the flow. See, we are talking, this is for optimization. Oh, we got it, right? For attaining the value, you talk about value quickly getting to the market. So this covers a different segment for optimization. That's why they have two answers to ask. That's why we're answering it. So by reducing means there is something called non-value added work. I will talk some other place, not here. There is something called value stream. If you heard about value stream, we see non-value added, value added. The more you reduce the non-value added, that is called automation. When you do automation, chances are we go early. That will help us to go early. You see the word quickly, right? Quickly can give value to the customer. That's a point.
Right.
For that reason, they given two answers.
This is more for exercise, right? Not an exam question. Because
it's not real.
Because you choose the B and C. Usually we'll have only one answer to pick, right?
No. In exam, you get 2 or 3 answers also.
Oh, okay. But usually we pick one, or even I pick either one of that, so I get full marks.
Okay. And since you open the topic, in main exams, till 2020 December 31, we had always 4 questions. 4 choices. In this, only one you have to choose. From January to 2021, exam pattern changed. How they changed here is, they started giving E and F. They'll ask you to choose 2 choices or sometimes 3 choices. You have to choose correctly whatever choice matches with the answer. If not, our assumption, PMI never said our assumption, whole answer will go wrong. Our assumption. PMI never declared out of 3, you made 2 correctly, 1 went wrong, we will give you 1.5 mark. We never know PMI how they mark it, but the only thing we know is there are choices more than 2, more than 1 to be chosen in your main exam. It is there. Also, we have something called true or false. There also is something called match the following. In school days, we did, right? 2, 3. There will be one item here. You have to match with another item here. This is also there, but very less question comes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. Out of 180 questions, majority will come like this. Only few will have a flavor of it. Got it?
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Perfect. All right. Oh, whatever. Yes.
Sriram, whatever questions we will solve as mock exam, that is 5 question paper, there will be past questions paper kind of PMP, or how?
When you say past questions, we are used with this habit. See last 3-4 years question paper, practice according, clear the exam. Is that the thought? Unfortunately, PMI never releases any question. So whatever you see in the question in the industry, there's all simulated. Imagine you write the exam and you come out. After 1 week, you tell to someone, I saw a question like this, something like this. They don't repeat the question. You should not do that as per the PMI ethics. But they'll tell the question will look like this. So by this, people create a question. Whatever you see, it's all simulated. PMI never release any question. But last 2-3 years or 2 years, PMI Institute themselves created some practice exams. There, some questions looks more or less close to the real exam. This is how it is. But they never say that this is a question paper of 1998. This is a question paper of 2000. They never say like this. Hope I answered. So now we will see a project. I think we are discussing more about the topics. Let's talk something about the project, which is the influential project. There is an influential project called Spaceship 2. Okay. Some of you heard about this company, Virgin Airlines. Have you? If you heard about it, they also do some research where they make a travel to space. Anyone here love to go to space? You like space, research, traveling to space? Huh? There should be some people more liking it, right? There are some people, they love it. So now what happened is spaceship program is happening. Now for which they send people, for which they sell tickets. You can see the ticket price, $250,000. Pretty cheap. You can buy soon. I think they will give some Christmas, New Year offer soon. So now let us see this project, what they did. For me, I want to see it as a project. When you look at a project video like this, what all constraints you can see? Just a recall question to you. What all constraints you can see? You can see a constraints of scope, schedule, cost, quality, resource. Can we see all those factors? Yeah. All 6 constraints, we can take a look of it. What is happening here? And what model of delivery would have happened? What method of approach would have happened? You can take a look of it. So let me play this video. We'll watch this video and come back to listen to you.
Right, stick forward, thumb off trim. 3, 2, 1, release, release, release. Clean release.
Our team arrived at our commercial headquarters, the Gateway to Space facility at Spaceport America, early in the morning to complete the final preparations for Spaceship 2 Unity's second flight in New Mexico airspace. It was a typically beautiful New Mexico morning with a fantastic sunrise as our crew ran through the final checks. This test flight was conducted under a set of stringent operational protocols to ensure safety against COVID-19. These protocols included changes to the work areas and procedures to enforce social distancing as advised by state guidelines. On Spaceship 2 Unity's flight deck were our pilots, Mark Forger-Stuckey and Michael Masucci, who have both previously flown Unity into space, while piloting our carrier aircraft was Nicola Pecile and CJ Sturkow. Once on board the spaceship, the spaceflight team conducted final checks before they were cleared for takeoff. The vehicles then took to the skies after a runway takeoff with Unity attached to VMS Eve. The mothership carried our spaceship to approximately 50,000 feet above Spaceport America. Once the vehicles reached release altitude, VMS Eve released Spaceship 2 Unity. During this phase, Spaceship 2 reached a speed of Mach 0.85. Our pilots performed a series of maneuvers with Unity designed to gather data about performance and handling qualities while flying at high speeds. With all test points completed, the pilots then brought Unity back down smoothly for a runway landing at Spaceport America. Our mission at Virgin Galactic is to open space to change the world for good. This glide flight took place during Pride Month, and we'd like to take a moment to encourage unity for all. Our crew were wearing masks in a variety of colors to show support for both Pride and the Black Lives Matter movement. The future we're building here perfectly represents Stephen Hawking's naming of our spaceship Unity. Unity to me means coming together for a common purpose. It represents the challenges of creating a commercial space line and underlines the importance of having different perspectives contribute to making the world we live in a better place. I'm very proud of our team and of our mission to change the world by opening up space. This test flight brings us closer to commercial service and being able to open spaceflight for all.
Nice project. First of all, is it a project? Do you accept this as a project? Do you see this as a project first? Okay. Yeah. Do you think this project would have some constraints? What we learned the last few days? Some constraints would have happened, like people related, time related, money related, government approvals, or climatic conditions. Something could have happened, possibly. Yeah, high chances are there. Yep, high chances. All right, so that puts us to the end of the first one. First chapter goes a little longer because we have good amount of topic about the stakeholder and people. So what you learned, what are the keywords you remember in the last 3-4 hours of listening? What are the keywords you have in your notes? You have something called stakeholder.
Value.
Stakeholder matrix.
Okay.
Stakeholder assessment matrix.
Stakeholder assessment matrix. Very good. And you have a diagram like this, like stakeholder, under that you have your team members or resources. You should have something like this. Very good. Nice. And
engagement assessment.
Optimizing.
All right.
Engagement assessments.
Parental
very good.
decide.
Diversity and inclusion.
Very good. Nice. Nice.
Communication shape.
Stakeholders, stakeholder register.
Register. Nice.
Power grid.
Responsibility.
Power influencing grid.
Yeah.
Salience model.
Yeah.
Nice.
Responsibility.
RACI.
Communication channels.
Communication
channels.
Channels.
What is that formula? You remember formula?
N into N minus 1 by 2.
Very good. Very good. I shape, T shape. Do anyone remember?
Yes.
Broad and
I-shape.
deep.
I'm sorry?
Tacit knowledge.
Tacit knowledge. Yeah, we saw that. A little on the agile to understand. And 6 constraints, we re-looked at it. We also understood single delivery, multiple delivery, periodic delivery, continuous. Again, we re-looked at it. So now, in the last maybe 3-4 hours, you got some idea about the people factor. Now, we have to continue this for tomorrow, where we have to understand with these people, what all we have to do. With these people, we have to work out how this people as a team, they understand as a team ground rules. You have a ground rules within us, like what we have in the class, ground rules. How do they negotiate certain things in the project? How do you empower team members? This word empower is very important. We learn in the class tomorrow, because we are not living in 1960. We are living in 2022 or 23 going to happen. Empowerment is a very key word, right? We have to talk more about empowerment, how to train them, educate them regularly, engage virtual teams. Do you think it's very need of the hour, virtual teams? How to handle virtual teams? Need of the hour in some industries. How to create a shared understanding. Why you need a shared understanding? When everyone has a shared understanding, chances are we no need to reiterate certain goals and vision to people. They know what to do. When you know a shared understanding in a family, husband, wife, or children and parents have a shared understanding for the benefit of the family. That, how do you create in the corporates? So that's all things. After you learn this is all odd people factored. Then we jump to a segment. That's the most segment many people would be doing on a day-to-day life. This is what called as starting the project, where I will talk something here. This is about the governance structure. Somebody is talking about portfolio program. I'll explain all these things in this area. But many people have focused on this area called scope. Scope is a requirement of the project, timeline of the project, quality parameter of the project, vendor management of the project, budgeting of the project. And how do you close the project? How do you integrate the project? Usually when you read the PMP, this is what highly discussed. Now, how do you discuss this in the classes going forward? For scope, I will talk predictive model, plus I have to talk agile model. Schedule, again, predictive model plus agile model. So both I have to keep on explaining stage by stage to you. Second lesson will take a longer duration, has a lot of content there. So now first you learn about people. Now we're going to talk about the process in some time. Do you feel you are learning something? Are you moving forward?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Do you think this can be taken to your office, to your professional life? Can you take it to any interviews you're going to attend? You can speak better, understanding how do you handle people in the corporate. Do you think some learning is happening?
Yes.
Yeah. So keep noting down the points. Sure, it will be helpful. Many I found when they attend the class within few weeks or days, they found new jobs changing, or on the job they do better. Only when willingly you apply. If you learn this only for certification purpose, yeah, that's also fine. But my intention is you should not stop at certification. Take it furthermore. Can you apply this in your office? Can you apply in your personal life? Can you take it for promotions and growth? If you start doing that, you will start enjoying this, right? That's the way it goes. All right, let's see in the cam if you're comfortable. We are top of the time exactly. So your knowledge is a little bit improved, not heavily. It takes time because you all know this. We are trying to put all the concepts together. So for 2 days, we have moved. In 2 days, we have slowly momentum going high. There is something called learning curve. When I say learning curve, first 2-3 days, I have to go slow, steady. Once you all get with my flow and the way of explaining, then the speed will go high. From 3rd and 4th day and 5th day, you will have a lot of content coming towards you. So get ready so that we'll keep going in a good speed. So far, are you comfortable with the learning?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly great. Nice. So now people who want to relax, go ahead, sleep well, take a rest, read and come back. Tomorrow we will talk rest of the people related to chapters, right? People in the YouTube, reach out to Rahul Gupta. He'll help you how to do for the 3rd day of the class. And people in the Zoom here, if you have questions, stay around, put the emoji of hands up. And rest of the people, continue the writing habits. Continue, Shriram, not even started, how to continue. So when you want to write, first you should have a paper pencil at your home. Do you all have a paper pencil or fighting with your children to get the paper pencil? Okay, you have it. Okay. But there is one other place you get this paper. That is your office printer. But don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. In your office printer, that too, there is one printer. When you go to washroom, near the washroom area, there is one printer where nobody watches that place. Don't wait in office up to 8 p.m., 9 p.m. to take that paper. Go to the market, buy one paper, pencil. Okay. So I'm just making fun of that, but still really don't
We
do
used
that.
to use for printing of this, some of the schedules kind of things. What?
All right,
Next
good.
class.
So,
Not for all the printing, sir.
There is a reason for doing the writing habits. I was reading something about Albert Einstein. Have you heard about Albert Einstein?
Yes.
Good football player, right?
No.
No? Okay. This Albert Einstein is a good innovator. What he was mentioning here is, until I write down, I don't know what my brain thinks. Until I write down, I don't know what my brain thinks. This is while he was in a good innovation mode, he was talking about it. So the message here is, I'm asking you to write down. The reason is you feel more connected with the subject. You will start understanding better. It looks simple, but I'll tell you it's very powerful. Start writing. I'm sure you'll enjoy this. With this, I don't want to hold you further. Thanks a lot for the people staying here. And tomorrow we'll connect more with the subject. People have the questions, stay around. The rest of you, bye-bye. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Shriram.
Thank you, Shriram.
Thank you, Shriram. Bye.
Thank you, Shriram.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Questions. We'll start with Samir. Yes, Samir.
Hi, Shriram. Thank you for the class. I have a question regarding the agenda when the books that needs to be read. So I see Rita, PM Box 6, 7, Agile Practice Guide, and other one, PMI-ACP. I want to stick to Rita and Agile Practice Guide. I don't want to go with all the books and, it will be heavy on me. So if as per the agenda and the weekly study materials, like you have mentioned A, B, C, D and all. So if I just take A, Rita and D, Agile Practice Guide, will it cover the whole book?
Of course it will do. Of course it will do. I gave for the betterment of the good flavor of content. I have people, majority reads only Rita 10, only Agile Practice Guide. Rest all not even touched.
Okay.
They clear the exam. Okay.
So for
this I
week,
gave.
I touch everything.
Yeah. In the interest of people who have varying taste, I have given it. If not, only this book, and in ShriLearning, 5 full exams. More than sufficient to clear the exam.
Okay, fine. And for the everyday writing habit, we need to continue with the last week only. The last week, same thing.
Yes, I believe you have this communication board, which
Correct. It
Rahul
has
would have.
that 4 images, which I did write it down. So I need to continue the same.
Yeah, I'll benefit of all. If some of you are not aware of this, there is something called communication board. We have week-wise what all to write. It's given here. In this, probably you may be in week 1, do something. Maybe week 2, I have some agile factors here. So you can go one by one. This is what we have given. If you want to do more than this, you can do. Nothing stops you. But this is sufficient for now to give a kickstart of learning. Yeah, people don't have access. Please reach out to Rahul. He will help you. But message is start doing this process. All right, let's go to the next person. Next person. Samir, you're good?
Thank you. Yeah.
Perfect. Let's go to Megha. Megha, you're on mute mode.
Hi, Shriram.
Yes.
Hi. Just wanted to ask you, like, if I miss, if I skip something, classes, is that is fine to just watch your videos? Because for me, it is like a 2 a.m. when the class starts.
I understand. I know we have some special cases.
Sorry.
So keep Rahul informed. Yeah, please go ahead.
Like Saturday should be fine because next day will be Sunday for me, but Sunday 2 a.m. will be like Monday morning for me. So I'm just wondering, is it fine?
I understand. Which time zone you are?
Australia, New Zealand.
Oh yeah, it's tougher. Australia is always tough. Yeah. Okay. See, we know this is a situation for some people like you. There are some more as different country. So you have to keep Rahul informed. So he should be aware that when you look at your attendance records, end of the course, it should be helpful for us to understand you are on the particular so-and-so, right? So that's the only thing. As you mentioned, by Saturday, you can listen. When it comes Sunday, probably you have to go for recordings.
Okay. That's it.
Should be good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for intimating.
Thank you.
Good night. Sleep. Pretty late for you. Okay. Let's go to...
Yeah, it's already 5:37 for me.
Already the milk vendor will knock the door another 1 hour.
No. We have to go and grab over here.
I understand.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Megha, for listening.
Thank you.
Let's go to Fatima.
Hey, hi, Shriram. I don't know the time zone for your place. So this is my first session and I have not joined the earlier session. So I saw the video, like audio recording and all. So recently I moved to the project manager role just 3 months back. And this is all things for me, little bit new, I can say. But since I'm a technical person where I'm leading as an electrical engineer earlier, but now I have to as a technical project manager role. So I just want to thought, like, I don't know, this is the question session, but I want to ask this question, or I can connect you later on. I'm not pretty sure.
You can ask. You can ask.
Yeah. So I have not started anything reading, to be frank, this week.
No problem.
Yeah. So I want to implement my work activity in my project as well, like where I'm going to start my new role, maybe next week onwards. So how I can ramp up and how I can utilize all those things. So I just need your guidelines and all, Shriram, in this.
So your thought is towards exam, how should I start my preparation?
Yeah, exam as well as for work, because I'm parallelly going with two different roles and the exam.
You are part of our WhatsApp group. You are part of our communication board. Have you got all the access already?
Yeah, that WhatsApp group I joined.
This link has all the information about WhatsApp, YouTube, everything should be there. Also, our recordings will be here. You can listen anytime. Okay, this is the first thing.
Okay.
Get all the access, all the details you want. The second thing is study. When I say study, it's not only you. Many would have not started now. In the very beginning stage we are. I would request you to first stabilize yourself, to understand the material, details, all. Start slow. Maybe 20 minutes per day or 30 minutes per day. That's a beginners will read. So if you're aware in the first class, if you listen, if you're not listen also, we have 3 domains. 5 lessons, 36 tasks. In this, we are here now. Okay, I have to travel through all the tasks over a period of time.
Okay.
Now, you cannot read task wise when I'm taking class because we don't have books in the market which explains each task individually. There is no book so far. Books in the market are, what we have is, we have a book called Rita, 10th edition. We have a book called Agile Practice Guide. Pick up any of this book. Regarding these books, you talk to the teams in the group, talk to Rahul, you'll give clarity.
Hello.
Pick up. Are you hearing me? Do anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe she lost the connection or I lost her. Okay. Fine. Let's Fatima come back. Then we'll come back to the topic again. Meantime, I'll go to the next question. Don't want to hold other people. Marinita, please.
Hi, Sriram.
Hi.
So I have a question regarding the agenda that you were sharing just now. So for one of the previous people who asked the question, you said following Rita 10 and Agile Practice Guide is enough and we don't even need to refer to PM Box 6 and 7.
Yes.
But in the agenda, I see that Agile Practice Guide, which has alphabet D, is only mentioned twice, on day 2, 3 and one more on day 8, which is only creating an agile environment. So is only reading that topic enough from Agile Practice Guide or do you recommend again reading the whole book?
True. See, point is, Rita 10 book has sufficient information, but still some of the language explained in PMBOK 6, the way the PMI explains, that is a good taste. That taste, I would want people to have it. But that doesn't mean, if I don't read it, will I lose something in the exam? Nothing you lose. But to get the taste of it, I asked to read it. If not, I would suggest read Rita 10 properly. Read Agile Practice Guide properly. Really, if you're interested, you have time, go for that particular chapter only to this book, read and come out. No need of full book because already you have one full book here, one full book here. You can't read another full book, not needed. 2 books are pretty sufficient. Others are just an add-on. You can check something needed. Even if you don't check, it won't impact you. That's the way we have been organized.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, good. If Fatima is back, we'll connect again. No? Okay, let's go to Yadagiri.
Hi, Sriram. So can we start taking the exams like online mock-ups, like, there it mentioned like, a number of times can we take or better first we check and test our knowledge where we are stand. Can we start taking the exams or better you suggest?
Talking about 40 questions, 10 questions, 40. Which one you're talking? 40. Okay.
Yeah, 41.
Okay. So now exams, you don't need to stop. You can take. For example, in the WhatsApp group, Rahul will be sharing every day 10 questions. Please take that. And when you come for 40 questions or 60 questions, please take that. Now, the immediate question will be is, hey, you just now started the class. Whereas the exam will have question from different segment. How do I answer? It's a very valuable question.
Right.
You may not be expert to answer all the questions, but by answering the questions, you get some clarity, some idea, in a sense, how a question will look like. That is sufficient for you. Even if you get lower mark, that's okay. Take questions, analyze the questions, understand the concept. That's fine for you.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, let's go to Usha.
Yeah, hi, Shri. So I see there are 11 sessions totally, right? If we properly follow, 11 days overall. So if we properly follow these 11 days, finish the syllabus up to date as per the 11 days, and then give a 1 month schedule, 1 month after that complete dedication time. Hopefully we should be able to crack the exam, right? Because what I feel is it's a quite dry subject. Last time I read the book, but I don't remember anything. Now I gave a gap of 6 months, to be frank. And now I don't want to do that mistake. So I'm just wondering, like, if I dedicatedly read and give a target time of Jan 15th, should I be in a position to write the exam?
Sure.
Because
sure.
I don't want to forget anything what I read.
Sufficient. Give me a few seconds. Give me a few seconds.
Yeah.
Heard what Sriram mentioned, right? So write it. There's a less chances of forgetting. What you read it, you can take some of the important note from that reading. So you are always going to be remember what you write it. That what will happen now, if you open your book, you can able to recollect back everything what you studied and what you wrote.
Yeah, this graphical
That's the only best
representation
practice.
will help, I guess.
Yes.
Hey, hi team. Actually, I got some network issues, so my call is stuck in between. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes.
Fatima, you are audible, but Sriram will come join back in a few seconds. He got some
Okay.
personal call. So
I didn't heard what he said to me, and I have some network issue over here. So I thought like let's connect once again and continue the call.
we'll wait for Sriram to come back on the call.
Sure. Yeah.
While he joins, Rahul, maybe you could answer this question. The Agile practice guide, is that the one
It's
that
not
says
Rahul.
like...
It's not Rahul. I am the one of the
Hey guys, I'm
participant
back.
in this.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's kickstart. Sorry to hold there. Usha, you were asking about the preparation.
Yes.
See, you said last time you read. Which book you read? How long you prepared?
I read this PMBOK. Maybe, I mean, it's not kind of discussion oriented reading, right? It's self-reading. So self-reading is always confusing sometimes. So even though I read the book.
Did you go through the learning process? Yeah, training happened to you?
No training. It's all by myself.
Okay, fine, got you. So now, since you read already, it's really good for you. Are you able to understand something when the classes are going on?
Yes. I could able to get the subject. That's fine.
Subject.
Yeah. Yes.
Very good. Now,
I mean, especially with this kind of discussion, it's helping me because
nice
all the answers look to be the same, but when it's a discussion, it's working.
But in exam, you won't get people to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay. So point here is now what you said is correct. The 11 days. I assume that you have enough bandwidth to read on the weekdays also. If so, you continue reading as the class is going on. Once the class gets over, by the time we fill the application form, submit the exam related details. And after that, the 3-4 weeks, a month of time is sufficient to clear the exam. That's a message to convey.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So, yes.
Perfect.
Hey, hi
All right.
Shriram. Sorry,
Fatima, back.
I got some
Okay.
network issue in between, so I'm just continuing the call. So I
Nice,
didn't heard.
Fatima.
I didn't heard like what you said. Could you please repeat it? Is it possible?
Sure. Which area we were discussing? We were talking about the book, isn't it?
36 tasks it's done, and the first session you took like
Yeah.
PMP introduction.
So on the first day, it was an introduction of information about what is PMP, the domain and the lessons and tasks. This is what will be in the first video.
Okay.
Now, second video, I think today you learned, you listened full class from the beginning.
Yes, I hope so, but in between there is some disturbance, but I got the things like I answered right questions and answers, but maybe I'm not saying guessing, but based on the technical front, I'm quite good, so maybe I answered somewhat.
Okay, good. So now you don't need to worry that you are fast, you are slow, because most of the team members are almost on your level while you are. Pick up a book. I would recommend you to pick up this book called Data 10 and start reading on the chapter called Stakeholder Management. There is something called Stakeholder. There's a chapter called Stakeholder. Just read this. This one itself will consume 3, 4, 5 days of time. This whole week will go with this. Read this chapter fully. While completing this chapter, you get some clarity, and then you will start going to the next stages. So you are not too late. You are in the right time. Listen to the class and start reading the chapters one after the other. I'll tell you what to read. In fact, you can follow the same agenda what we have here. You can read a stakeholder, resource, communication, some agile factors, and slowly you'll start getting momentum. First, start with the smallest one. Take 20 minutes, 30 minutes to read per day, and slowly you'll get the momentum.
Okay.
Okay, good there. Yeah? Nice.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Perfect. And keep up your writing habits also if you're aware of what to write.
Yeah, I'll start it to write it in notes. Like I'll usually type it in a notepad and keep it. And later I'll refer it. But I'll
True.
start to writing. Yeah.
Yeah. We also have a writing habits where people draw and post in WhatsApp group if you're part of WhatsApp. If you see these kind of images, you will see in the WhatsApp group, people keep posting, which means they draw, write with the subject. They stay with the subject. Okay. I believe you're part of WhatsApp group. If so, probably you will get some idea what people are doing.
Yeah, I joined yesterday. So
very good. Super. Good. Thanks for doing that. And any questions, please let know.
Right now, no. But if I need like when we can connect to Sriram, like in a weekly basis, like if we have any question or in between there is any chance.
Sure, you can do that. I'm also on WhatsApp. Needed, you can reach out. I'll reply back. Next thing is, as you're telling something popping up for me, we have a weekly Q&A session. That is every Sunday. We have Q&A session happening. Rahul will intimate in the WhatsApp. The team can join them. In fact, I missed to mention to everyone in this group. I'll ask Rahul to inform tonight so that everyone can join tomorrow, where people take some questions. They bring the question in the group. We will talk about like what we did today. Was the question session interesting today when people are discussing?
Yes, it's really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see different people thought process there. So what we'll do here is this kind of questions will be discussed in a Q&A session. That is on Sundays it happens. So you can be part of that, bring some thought process, and that's the way you learn.
Okay.
Nice to go. Good.
Thank you.
All right, let's go, Joe. Joe Kyung.
Yeah, you can call me Joe as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Sriram, for the wonderful class today. It was very engaging. I loved it. I have a couple of things. So the Agile practice guide that's being talked about, is that the one that goes along with PMBOK 6 in the materials?
That's right. You got right. That's the last 200 pages.
Okay, that's great. And the other thing I wanted to ask was, like, I missed the first session, like last week's session. I was wondering how I can optimize my time, especially for picking up, like while I am on the next week, I'm able to like grasp all that has happened before. What could help? And there are a lot of things happening as well. I have some personal things going on that are like work-wise trips as well. So like over the next couple of days, and a lot being talked about reading those couple of books. So are there like specific sections or like
I'll let you know.
What might be best?
You don't need to strain too much. Okay. So we are not going to capture the kingdom next week. So we have a whole life of time. Go slow. Don't push yourself. Go steady and slow. What I'll recommend is take this book called Rita 10. Okay. And open the chapter called Stakeholder. Just read this chapter only. Take Rita 10, read Stakeholders. If you feel you completed this chapter, read Resource. This too is sufficient to kickstart. Okay. There are a few more things called as a foundation or framework. This you can read anytime. It's an add-on. If you read, they'll give about what are the project environments, why a project exists, how a project is chosen, kind of those information. Even though in exam you won't see much question, but it'll give a little background idea. This is what we discussed on the first day. So now, going forward, the classes for next 1-2 weeks are going to be only in these two areas, in fact, including communication. Okay. So if you can open this book, read this, fine. If you feel this book is not sufficient, Shriram, I'm a good fast reader. If you feel like that.
I'm not. I'm a very slow reader, and yeah.
Then you'll park it there. Okay. So this is what enough for you right now. Don't strain too much. But I keep asking people to write down the images which I showed so that they stay connected. If not, it'll be diluted. You will stay away from the books. Only when you write,
I like that piece. So yeah, I can do that piece.
Let's do that.
And Shriram, just another thing. It was confusing, like when people were asking questions as to like who would be speaking next. I think it will be great if we could use that raise hand kind of feature in Zoom. It might work out better.
Yes, yeah, it is. I think you raised your hands already.
Yeah, here I know we are following that, but like there were some instances when I wanted to talk, but I think someone else got precedence. So like,
you mean the question
when
discussion
the class
area?
when the class is going on, if someone has
okay.
questions, like if we go in sequence, it's better, right?
I understand. Yeah, I can check this part because now I'm not sharing the screen, so I can see all your hands up. When I'm sharing the screen, I don't see who raised the hands. It's a little tough for me, but I'll take this feedback. Let me work it out.
Yeah,
That's a point.
Just wanted to give.
I know. If you have a question and you can't ask, it's tougher.
Yeah, with like 5-6 people asking together, it's getting like confusing.
Yeah, I understand. I'll work it out this part. I appreciate the feedback. Thanks for it.
Thank you.
Hemant. Before Hemant, Manikandan, I saw your hi. I'll come to you. You can type your question if you have anything in the YouTube. Meantime, I'll listen to Hemant and come back. Yes, Hemant.
Shriram, can you open the agenda?
Okay, I think agenda is busy. Yes.
Yeah, so here I have doubts. So here there are multiple tasks, right, in this column, task column, 36 tasks. So build a team. So that means like to complete this particular task, we need to read a stakeholder chapter and like, is it one-to-one mapping, like define team ground rules? That means you need to go to resource. No, right? That entire section. And
unfortunately, in the market, we don't have a book which has one-to-one mapping. So it will be a collection of information under stakeholder, resource, communication, agile. There also, you won't see the exact word, you won't see there. It's a collection of information because it is a professional certification. If it is an academic schools and college, directly the word will be there. They'll give a paragraph. They talk all those information in the book. But here it is a professional kind of, by reading more chapters, you'll start understanding, oh, this is how the ground rules will work. This is how the team will get trained. So you won't get line by line exact connection, but you'll get an overall picture. That's what the books are.
Okay. And another question is, I started reading Rita last week. A few days I could complete. There are around 20-25 pages only on framework. Okay. So as I keep on reading, like I am encountering a lot of new terminology, which is not part of the class, or which I never encountered in my life, like business plan or benefits management plan. Okay, so like each word, like one page, if I read, like around 10 new words that I'm encountering, and I need to go back Google or search in YouTube, like what is that, and then that explanation itself like taking around 15-20 minutes to understand each word. What is the relevance of that word? So is there any kind of glossary where, okay, all the terminologies that are there, like at least the frequently the terminologies that pop up in the page in the entire Rita book, is there any way that we can get explanation, or like
which book you are reading now?
Rita.
So if you go to the glossary section, did you check glossary section in Rita?
Glossary.
Okay, one you can check there in glossary, or you can check in PMBOK 6, or you can check in Agile Practice Guide. Every book has a glossary section, or you can go for a end notes.
There is some okay, end notes maybe. Okay.
End notes is there. I will tell you, end notes will help you mostly. If not, go to PMBOK 6. There is a glossary section, or go to Agile Practice Guide. There is a glossary section. There are a lot of glossary. Even if you're not interested to read in the book, if you go to PMI.org website, PMI.org, the PMI website itself, there they have a glossary. If you're sitting in office, you want to read a couple of words, you don't need to Google too much. You can just type PMI.org glossary. It will have number of words, sir. By alphabet, they'll be organized. Click A related, all the words will come. You can start reading it. So what you're doing is correct. Go to this glossaries, end notes in Rita, and the glossary in Agile Practice Guide, glossary in PMBOK 6, glossary in PMBOK 7, everywhere it is there, you can keep reading. More or less, after some time, we'll see repetition efforts. Initially, it's new. You're saying it takes a lot of time. So initial stage, after some time, we'll get the same concept of repeating again and again.
And another question, like when we see the answers, all answers are almost closely related. When when you see first time, like everything is a correct answer or everything is a wrong answer. So like how to improve on that front, like
what you asked a few minutes back, that is what will answer you. What do you want to read? You want to read glossary. Why you want to read glossary? To understand the terminology, right?
Terminology, yeah.
Since we don't get the terminology, every answer looks closer. The more you understand the terminology, you start seeing difference between the words. Today we saw about product analysis. Many would have answered by assumptions.
Yes.
Many don't know the
So,
terminology.
but it is actually a concept in one of the sessions, right? Like that we are going to have.
What is it? I didn't get it.
No, product analysis, the list of possible answers that are there, right? So it's not like in a real exam we have to do guesswork. There will be product analysis is actually a term, and there is kind of explanation associated with that.
Yeah. When you read the books, you will somewhere read this product analysis. You would have found it. Your brain knows what is product analysis, what is data analysis. But many times people answer in a guesswork. Or what they heard from the companies, they'll answer it. Sometimes it will be right. Many times it goes wrong. So that's the reason you feel every answer looks closer. The more you read, you start seeing the clarity. Every answer difference. It's something about a share market, a Sensex. For a person who never read it, all looks good. And generally they tell share market is risky. Beyond that, they may not know. The more you read, you understand there is a risk, there is benefit also. This is a word, this is a word, you start reading it. That's why we need a reading habits. The more you read, the more you write, I'm sure you'll start seeing the difference. Still, some area confusion will be there. That is why we have Sunday Q&A session, where we see how to look at the question, how to answer the question. We'll explain it.
Okay. So without, now I have in the framework chapter. So without completing that, can I jump into directly the shareholder, like, I mean, the stakeholder and
stakeholder. Yeah, you can do. See, there is no specific order here. This is given just because for understanding the people domain, you read these chapters. That's why it's mentioned. If not, you can move anywhere. Even today, you can read cost management. Nothing stops you. But when you're reading that, it will be connected with your class. That's why you're given it. It's okay. If you read up to what you read in foundation, that's fine. Now you can move to other chapters, start reading it.
Okay.
The end of day, before you go to exam, you would have read everything in next 1.5 months. Okay. Perfect. All right. I think that's a question. Mani Gandan, do you have any question? I see some message from you.
Yeah, hi Shriram. Can you hear me?
You're here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm seeing in YouTube reading, message. You came from there.
I just switched over to to Zoom.
Nice.
I don't know if there are multiple times the Zoom was disconnected during our session. So I just switched over here and there.
Nice. Okay. Please.
So the question here is like I'm having a concern or having a clarification in terms of the study plan, because I just given some dates, and based on the input which I given the study plan, I got the outcome. I don't know whether do I need to follow the study plan or the way how you are taking the sessions, because if I follow the study plan, maybe I may not cover the topics which you are taken here. I mean, on the same duration, I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't do that, right? Because subject is vast. Study plan is based on your exam target, not our class target. Okay.
So how could I handle this?
Yeah, you go on your rhythm, what you want. Classes will happen every Saturday, Sunday. You read as what you want to read. You listen to the class as if you watch what this guy is talking, and you may get some relevant questions. Sometimes something will go above your head, just you watch. Now, classes will keep traveling in one speed. You will not be able to read all to this level, because depending on an exam date, your speed will be set. Imagine your exam is by January. Some of the chapters will go very slow. If your exam is by December, it will go pitch faster. So you no need to chase with the class. Let the class keep happening. You observe the content. But next couple of weeks, it will be only people domain. By the time you will be done with stakeholder and resource as per the study plan.
Yes, that's correct.
And right, it will be more or less matching. Then from there, you will move to start the project, which is nothing but scope management, schedule management. There, your speed will be super slow. because it's a big chapter. You won't move. There, I will go faster.
Yeah, that's
Both
what.
of
This is
our
here the
brain-
confusion here. This is what my constraint here is like.
Yeah, it takes time. You can't that area you can't compete. That you have to go on your speed only.
Okay, then I'll
You
follow
don't
my
need to
study
compete
plan.
also. Yes, you follow a study plan.
Okay.
This is the course agenda, what I showed, which day what I take. Your plan
Okay.
is specifically, uniquely designed for you. So you have to readjust. You read it for some days, 2 weeks later, you feel, no, this is not the way. Then you adjust your plan again. So your plan will get adjusted few times. It won't be the same plan.
Okay. So the next question is, since I'm having some difficulties in terms of Zoom Connect, so that I'm just switching over here and there. So how the attendance will be marked in this case?
No worries. No worries. You can't switch from tomorrow. Today is the last day you can switch.
Is it? Okay.
Okay. YouTube, today is the last day YouTube. Then it'll all become only Zoom connection. So are you connecting from office laptop?
No. Today I'm at home, and tomorrow I'll be at office. However, I'm just connecting from my mobile, and I do have week offs only on Friday and Saturday. So Sunday I should be
You are
in
in
office.
Arab
I'm in
countries.
Jeddah. That's correct.
Man.
So
Okay, if you
the
have any
shift
special
ends by
scenario, yeah.
The shift ends by
Special-
4 p.m. and our session starts by 3:30 p.m. So, however, only 30 minutes. I'm just trying to manage it from office, and I'm just continuing the session for the rest of the time.
I appreciate your passion to learn. If you have any special day, special situation, please inform Rahul so you can mark in your attendance what is happening. But my thing is, please check and fix it Zoom problem, because Zoom usually works better. So far, I have not seen any problem. Uninstall and install it in mobile or laptop, try it out. Or in Arab countries, if they are blocking Zoom, I'm not totally aware. Please check out that one.
If it is the case, it should not work at all time. Now I'm speaking with you in Zoom only. Okay.
It's working.
So maybe the session is not continuing for more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I'm getting a block. It's automatically coming out. So again, I need to be in situation to log in with the meeting ID and the passcode.
I don't have an answer, but check in the forum of Arab countries. Some side route will be there. Our guys would have found a VPN connection, APN, something. Our guys would have found a route. Please see that.
Yep, sure. I will try to do.
Yeah, do that. If worst case, please inform Rahul. But informing, attendance marking, it's all secondary. You will miss the live class. That's a little trouble. I would recommend you to check what is the other way to come to this class, to see through VPN. If you connect, it works. It's nice.
Okay, let me give a try for that as well.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yep. Good. Nice.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right.
Shriram, one last question I have. Sorry about that.
Yes,
This Rita 10 version, whatever it is there, right? It is different from the PMBOK 6, right? Like you have the inputs, you have the tools in between, and it's completely different, because that was quite confusing. But I feel this is better way of reading stuff. This doesn't have that, so it's better to follow Rita rather than the PMBOK 6, if that is the case.
Now you know why I'm saying to read Rita.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because that book was printed on 2017. The book which you have in box 6.
Quite
Whereas,
confusing.
Rita, not confused. It was also good also, but
good.
that doesn't have more agile flavor. Now it's agile flavor.
Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
it'll have a lot of inputs, tools, techniques. That concept totally went away.
Oh,
we don't have that. Totally they removed it. Totally they removed it. They'll ask only conceptual questions. Nothing on tools, techniques, no mathematics. No unwanted things. They just removed it. That made the exam pretty moderate, not easy, moderate.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Good. I believe it went well. Sundaraj, you are still there? I saw some question from you. All right, guys. All right. Thanks a lot for everyone. And thanks for the people who participate in the YouTube. Have a great day. We'll connect again on Sunday. We will see you on the Q&A session. Have a good time. See you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Shriram.